A very good morning to all our colleagues joining us on this workshop today. It's a great pleasure to see so many of us from different organizations and countries leading to drive work to protect migratory birds and wetlands in Asia and all around the world. My name is Ding Li Yong. I'm BirdLife International's Flyways Coordinator, and I'm very pleased to be here today to facilitate this workshop together with my colleague Gary Alport, who is also on the call here, and kindly assisted by my colleagues from the Asian Development Bank and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. Before we start, just a quick few housekeeping rules so that we can enjoy the workshop. First of all, I'd like to encourage all our participants to keep yourself muted at all times. However, when we have the breakout sessions, we will have an opportunity to share and talk. So that's where we can unmute. So please keep yourselves muted at all times, except at the breakout sessions. At the same time, we also encourage our friends and colleagues to share with us your comments on all the presentations, and you can share your comments in the chat box and ensure that it goes to everybody in the meeting so that all of us can see the discussions that are happening. I'm pleased to let the floor know that we have also set up translational services for Thai language and Mandarin Chinese. So for those of you who would like to use the translated sessions for Thai and Mandarin, please use the interpretation button, which you can find on your toolbar, which we have set up for this entire workshop. I would also like to remind us all that the meeting will be fully recorded and will be circulated to all of us who have joined the meeting here today. And for those of us here who are presenting, I would encourage you to share with us your slides before your presentation so that we could have that in as a backup. Now, coming back to the Asian Development Bank's Regional Flyway Initiative. The initiative, as many of you must have learned by now, is an exciting and ambitious new piece of work driven by the ADB in partnership with BirdLife International and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. You've probably learned from previous webinars that the initiative aims to mobilize large amounts of resources at scale to protect the region's dwindling but precious wetlands while strengthening benefits and livelihoods for people living in and around these wetlands. Today's workshop brings together many of us to learn more about this work and hopefully help us to better figure out our shared interests and, most of all, contribute to these timely and important discussions on protecting our wetlands and migratory birds. On this note, and without further delay, I'm very pleased to hand the floor to the Director General of the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Bruno Carrasco, to provide his opening comments. Bruno, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Asian Development Bank, it gives me a great pleasure to join you today at the Inception Workshop for the Regional Flyway Initiative, or RFI. As many of you will be aware, the RFI was launched as part of the Eco-Civilization event for COP15 on 14th October and a follow-up event on the 2nd of November at COP26. A lot of work has gone into getting us to this point today, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those involved, including ADB management, Ching Feng, Warren, and Duncan, and regional colleagues, as well as key stakeholders who have supported the work to date. A special thanks to both the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership and its chair, Rob Kaler, and BirdLife International and its CEO, Patricia Zurita, for their leadership and support. Through these launch events, we have generated a fair amount of excitement and interest around the initiative. Now we will transition from backing up all the well-meaning words to starting in earnest the development phase of the project through this workshop. By way of context, as to where the RFI fits into ADB's thinking, it is first important to highlight that since 2019, ADB has had in place a strategy and operational priorities linked to tackling climate change, building climate and disaster resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability. However, given the growing concerns around continuing biodiversity loss and climate change, there is indeed a clear need for ADB and others to scale up our investment in nature. As part of our existing commitment, ADB recently excuse me, signed the joint MDB nature statement at COP26, giving a clear signal of our intent as we strive for greater ambition. ADB is indeed looking to scale up our activities through a nature positive investment roadmap, and the RFI will be one of our main initiatives under the roadmap, delivering up to $3 billion worth of investment in the sustainable management and protection of wetlands over the next 10 years. The RFI will also support our wider delivery of climate adaptation goals, which have now also been scaled up to $34 billion by 2030. At ADB, we believe that investing in wetlands through the RFI is one of the best opportunities for delivering a green, inclusive, and resilient recovery beyond COVID-19, which is what ADB is very much focused on. Our growing pipeline of bankable projects is our presentation card and marks our commitment to this work. With this, I would like to finish by saying a huge thanks to all of you for attending today, particularly those from other time zones. We have representations from developing member countries, civil society, intergovernmental organizations, as well as development partners, all here to discuss the RFI. I do hope we can all make the most of this valuable opportunity. I would encourage participants to be as active as possible in the sessions that will be carried out throughout today and tomorrow. With this, I would like to thank all of you once again, and I now pass the floor to Rob Kaler, Chair of the EAAFP, to now deliver his opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruno, and good morning, afternoon, wherever you are across our flyway, or whatever time zone you may find yourself in. I'm currently in Alaska, about 5 p.m., just a little after dinner. As the chair of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Regional Flyway Initiative Inception Workshop. And first of all, I thank the Asian Development Bank and BirdLife International for organizing the event jointly with the EAAFP Secretariat. I welcome our government partner representatives, including the government of Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mongolia, Philippines, China, Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore, Republic of Korea, and Laos. And I also welcome our international governmental organization partners and international organization partner present today. Thank you all for your support and engagement as we begin in earnest, as Bruno said, on the development phase of the Regional Flyway Initiative. I'm thrilled to see the attention this initiative is receiving, which will affect millions of migratory waterbirds, their wetland habitats, and the livelihoods of hundreds and thousands of people who are dependent on them. As Bruno stated, the journey began in October as we celebrated the official launch of the Regional Flyway Initiative at the 15th Conference of the Parties on the Convention of Biological Diversity in China. This was followed by a second celebration and launch at the 26th Conference of the Parties, COP26, last month at Glasgow. COP26 emphasized the importance of protecting biodiversity by convening and restoring nature and ecosystems, while also ensuring social and environmental safeguards to identify and avoid adverse impacts. The Regional Flyway Initiative is exemplary, with the international community's commitment demonstrating how conservation of wetlands and migratory waterbirds can help meet climate change targets and assist countries to adapt to rapidly changing ecosystems and address the urgent climate change crisis. In addition to the benefits of on-the-ground habitat preservation and restoration, the Regional Flyway Initiative will provide economic benefits that will help revamp pandemic-impacted economies through nature-based solutions. The Regional Flyway Initiative will enhance and promote full and effective participation of local communities, women, and youth, as they are key stakeholders when we talk about building back a better future for our planet and for all of us. The ADB's Technical Assistance Report on the Regional Flyway Initiative supports and builds on the objectives identified in the EAAFP's 10-year strategic plan approved by the partners in 2018. The impact and outcomes section of the report states effective protection and sustainable use of a network of wetland sites in the flyway, benefiting the wetland biodiversity and people. The outputs outlined in the report are: 1, enhancing the institutional capacity for understanding EAAF flyway wetland values; 2, preparing the investment framework for priority flyway sites; and 3, the development of a sustainable financing mechanism. These outputs will ensure our partners and stakeholders will succeed at conserving our migratory waterbirds and preventing further loss of key habitats. And the creation of a sustainable financing mechanism allows our civil society organization partners to develop conservation projects that will directly benefit the livelihood of local communities. And as Bruno said, I hope all participants today will share your insights and input based on your expertise and experience and help set the groundwork for a successful regional flyway initiative. The EAFP looks forward to working with all of you, making a better world for migratory waterbirds and humankind. I wish you a productive workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for sharing with us the exciting work of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership and also so many of the synergies that we can achieve with the Regional Flyway Initiative under the ADB. Also, thanks to the Director General, Bruno, for sharing with us the ADB's direction and thrust to protect biodiversity in Asia under the bank's many emerging initiatives. I would now like to pass the floor to Patricia, Chief Executive Officer of BirdLife International, to provide her opening comments. The floor is yours, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Ding Li. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. As you heard, I'm Patricia Suita. I'm the Chief Executive of BirdLife International, and I come to you from Cambridge in the UK, where it is 2:15 in the morning. But it is a pleasure to be here with you and join Bruno and Rob opening this two-day workshop to kick off in earnest the East Asian Australasian Flyway Regional Flyway Initiative. I would like to start by thanking the Asian Development Bank for believing in this bold and ambitious idea and taking the leadership to push for an initiative that uses nature and the magic of the migration as an organizing principle to bring in blended finance to secure the future of these wetlands for nature, climate, and people at a scale that it truly can make a difference. A bit over 2 years ago, I had the pleasure to meet with Woo Chung now Managing Director of the bank, Ahmed Saeed, VP for East Asia, Warren Evans, Chung Fen, Bruce Dunn at the environment team, and their colleagues to propose this idea of a regional initiative to protect and restore the wetlands of the East Asian Australasian Flyway. It was an incredible opportunity, and it was fantastic to see the welcoming of this idea by the leadership of the bank. Not only an initiative of this scale could help us ensure the viability of the migration in the long run, but support over 200 million people along the most threatened flyway of the world. I was delighted that the idea was so welcomed, and over the last 2 years, we've worked with the bank and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat, designing what we know it's going to be an absolutely transformational initiative, not only for this flyway, but for the world. We are particularly excited at BirdLife about the opportunity of the Flyway Initiative to use the wetland sites as pilots for the Natural Capital Lab of the bank. I'm an economist, and I truly believe that the more that we can show the value of nature, the better we're going to be in terms of securing its future. So I'm really excited to work alongside with Chen Feng and his team, ensuring that the Flyway becomes this pilot testing area for the Natural Capital Lab. I truly believe that by investing in the recovery and the protection of these wetlands along the flyway, we can demonstrate how the protection and recovery of natural capital is not only good for nature, but for people, and a key benefit for governments by reducing their risk and augmenting their opportunities for public financing. We at BirdLife see this as a transformational initiative that will bring together public and private funding for nature, development, and climate at a scale that can truly demonstrate that nature can be the guide for a better future. You heard it from Bruno and Rob. We aim to see biodiversity conservation happening alongside with climate mitigation and climate adaptation. We are seeing things change faster than ever, and we know that by investing in the restoration and conservation of these wetlands, we will be protecting people for the future. We see this initiative as one that will lead the way to replicate similar initiatives in other flyways of the world. And it's incredibly timely that we start in Asia, where the most threatened flyway is located, but also one that that with you all, we can translate this challenge into an extraordinary opportunity to show that a future where nature, climate, and development is not only possible for the future, but absolutely urgent for the planet. I would like to thank my wonderful team, Gary, Vina, Dingley, Wikun. We wouldn't be here without you. A huge and special shout out to Duncan Lang and the great team of the Asian Development Bank, and to Doug, Yoon, Yisun, and the rest of the team at the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership Secretariat. We have been in the thick of it for the last 2 years, but now is the time to kick this off and make it happen. Now it's all in our hands to translate this dream into a reality that truly demonstrates that a future where nature is at the heart is not only possible, but urgent and necessary for the future of people. Thanks for joining us in this adventure. We look forward to working with all of you in the next 30 years. Count on BirdLife, count on our team to make sure that this dream becomes true. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Patricia, for your comments and also reminding us of the immense threats faced by wetlands here in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, but at the same time sharing with us the aspirations of the BirdLife International Partnership. Many of our colleagues who are also represented on this call today. Moving forward in the workshop, I would now like to pass the floor to my colleague Gary Alport, who will take us on a quick run through on what is in store for us for the next 2 days, and also quickly introducing to us the objectives of this workshop. I'll now pass the floor over to Gary to take it on. Gary, over to you.
Thanks very much, Dingley, and also good morning, good afternoon, good evening to many people around the world. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. We really appreciate, indeed, need this level of involvement, really building off what all three of the introductory speakers had said. In order to be successful, this needs to be a concerted community effort across governments and collaborating civil society. And so we really need this group to be as broad as we can at the initial stages with our reach. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. The initiative, I think the majority of people on this call are already broadly aware of what we have in mind. We've had a series of quite successful launch events, and the reach of those has been very good. But just to capture this in one slide to set us off, this is a visionary initiative, flyway wide, attempting to have impact at scale for the first time in any flyway. Indeed, in my experience as a biodiversity conservationist over the last 35 years, the first time I've really seen a single system approached in such a significant way. So this is a really very important initiative, both in terms of the potential impact it has for the flyway, but also to demonstrate on the world stage that these sorts of things are possible, particularly with the banking community. So this is a very significant event. The vision is long-term, and this is a 10+ year investment program we've got in mind right away, and I think everybody on the team is thinking even longer term than that. The finance is significant from a flyway scale. It's significant from a conservation organization investment. From the banking point of view, this is important, but what's critical here is this is really starting to bring biodiversity investments and nature positive investments at scale for the first time in a multilateral development bank. And ADB are making a bold statement by stepping up to support the program at this level of scale. The co-benefits side of this, so this is a biodiversity conservation program delivering co-benefits, particularly at site level. And we're looking here at two pieces for the co-benefits, in particular, the climate change outcomes and the ecosystem, so the wider ecosystem service benefits, including livelihoods, food security, resilience at local level. And we'll come on to that in more detail. So this workshop marks the inception of a technical advisory that the Asian Development Bank has put together. This has taken 18 months of very intense work, and to recognize, I know many people have already been thanked for the work they've done so far, but particularly to recognize the Asian Development Bank as an institution has really looked at itself to try and find ways in which the bank can start to work in this space. So this has taken 18 months of very hard thinking, particularly by the bank. And the terms of reference for the technical advisory work are an initial take on how this may be rolled out. So we want to use this Inception workshop really to take a wider sounding on this and update how we approach this based on the feedback we get from you in the course of the discussions in the next 2 days. So we will be thinking about the deliverables, the implementation and the timeline of the technical advisory, which I shorten to TA quite frequently, in the course of the next 2 days. So in particular, we want to consult the stakeholders in this meeting on capacity needs, and that'll be later today. I'll speak to that in a moment, and also on the co-benefits side. So the technical advisory really has this capacity needs piece, the site-based approaches with co-benefits piece, and then there is an additional piece which looks at developing a financing framework for as a granting mechanism. We're not really going to talk about the granting mechanism in a huge amount of detail at this event because we're likely to do some of the development of that work further downstream. So the main focus will be on the capacity development and on the co-benefits piece. We'll also then discuss and review with you the framework that we're using to identify the sites at which the investments may take place into the future as well. So today what we're hoping to do is make sure that everybody in the group is brought up to speed to a common place in order to be prepared for the more detailed discussions as we go forward. So we've got actually a fantastic series of presentations during the day. I won't go through it in detail, but we have, for those of you who are still not sure about and have questions about what the initiative is, we have presentations from the ADB. Duncan will be presenting the initiative, and also talking more generally about the role of ADB in its financing of biodiversity protection, sustainable development in the region. We'll also then have presentations on the flyway, status of migratory birds. We'll have pieces on threats to coastal wetlands, and then we'll have some specific case studies from Thailand and other locations. We'll then look at the role of multilateral institutions in financing biodiversity conservation. There'll be opportunities to meet commitments from the Ramsar Convention, other multilateral instruments, and then we'll dive down in more detail onto the capacity development, and there will be breakout groups, opportunity for you to discuss the capacity side of things in more detail in breakout groups. And by the way, we're not going to do a big introductory at the beginning, simply because there are so many people on the call that it would take a very long time to get around, but you will have opportunity to meet each other and do brief introductions within the breakout groups. So you should get a chance during the course of the 2 days to get to know the other people that are participating in the meeting. Tomorrow, we'll look at the site selection, the identification of sites for investment framework tomorrow morning, and opportunities for questions on that. And there'll also be more on regional case studies from China, particularly bringing forward the work that was done on the blueprint there, successfully identifying sites for investment within China. We want to make sure we learn as much as possible from that. And then in the afternoon, we'll focus, after a presentation on the loss of coastal wetlands in Asia, we will drop down and focus more on the ecosystem services side, and have a breakout group on assessing wetland ecosystem services to get more information from you. Also, there will be a presentation looking at what insights we can bring forward from the Critical Ecosystems Partnership Fund, CEPF, in financing nature conservation as a potential background model for the sustainable, for the granting mechanism that we will be developing. So that's the layout for the 2 days. It's going to be a full agenda. We hope, as I say, that first of all, you will all get up to a common place of understanding before our discussions, and then you'll get plenty of opportunity to feed your thoughts in as we go forward. And I'll hand back to you, Dingley. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Gary, for the excellent roundup of our program over the next 2 days. I hope that gave you a flavor of what you can expect to learn from this workshop, and also getting a sense of where you can share your ideas and input on how this regional flyway initiative can be built to the best of its potential. Next up, I'm pleased to invite our next speaker to share a little bit more about the work of the Asian Development Bank and the broader role of multilateral institutions in supporting and financing biodiversity conservation. Our next speaker is Suzanne Robertson from the Asian Development Bank. Suzanne is a principal environmental specialist at the ADB and has experience in designing and implementing technical assistance projects in China and Mongolia, and also lots of other experiences from across the East Asian region. She has played a major role, of course, in the setting up of ADB's work in various parts of China, especially along the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, along its ecological corridor. I will not go into too many details because Suzanne's going to take us on from here onwards. So, floor is yours, Suzanne.
Thank you, Dingley, and thank you to all the earlier speakers this morning. So does my presentation come across okay?
Looks good to, yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. So greetings to everyone joining us today. It's great to be here at the RFI Inception Workshop. So as Dingley said, my presentation this morning will be a bit of a brief introduction to ADB and what it is we're doing in terms of nature positive and nature-based solutions. So the Asian Development Bank is committed to achieving a prosperous, inclusive and resilient sustainable Asia in the Pacific. So we were established in 1966 and we've grown to encompass 68 members, of which 49 are from Asia and the Pacific. So as Asia and Pacific Development Bank, ADB is committed to eradicate extreme poverty and support its DMCs with their development agenda. We do this by providing loans, technical assistance, grants, and equity investments to promote social and economic justice development. So guiding this process is what we have ADB Strategy 2030, and Strategy 2030 aims to align the development agenda with the major global commitments such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Convention on Biological Diversity's post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and probably one most relevant to this project, the Ramsar Convention. So the direction of Strategy 2030 is defined through 7 operational priorities. These include cross-cutting initiatives for poverty reduction, gender equality, and stronger governance and institutions, as well as sectoral priorities such as urban issues, rural development, food security, and regional cooperation and integration. But it also given us added emphasis to climate change, environmental stresses, and natural disasters, which is seen as one of the biggest challenges that could derail the development achievements in poverty reduction and economic growth today. So what we have is operational priority 3, tackling climate change, building climate resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability, which is really underpinning ADB's efforts to achieve development impact. So environment and nature are important foundations to sustainable development, and that's one of the key goals of ADB. So in terms of ADB, why do we think that nature matters? Well, actually, it really matters a lot. So environmental issues have been an important part of the development agenda, but they've taken a backseat perhaps in terms of economic growth, which has been a priority. However, the reality is that we can't separate ourselves from nature and our economies. Livelihoods and well-being are dependent on and embedded in nature. This makes nature one of our biggest assets and is reflected by the fact that more than half of the world's GDP is dependent on nature. Yet nature is declining at unprecedented rates. So as you can see in the graph on this slide that I have from the Disruptor Review, we can see that the cost of growth assessing our progress since 1992 has had some significant trends. The value of produced capital has nearly doubled. Human capital has slightly increased by 13%, but what is the negative trend is the fact that natural capital per capita has decreased by 40%. And this is making a significant impact on how we can move forward with our sustainable development agenda. Through the unsustainable use of nature, demand now exceeds supply, and we are putting our current prosperity and our future at risk. The World Economic Forum in 2021 rated the top 10 risks by impact, and you'll see that 5 of those risks are related to environment and nature. So this is going to be a big challenge for us moving forward in terms of sustainable development. So nature is now a significant development challenge, and one that is comparable to climate change. And we mustn't forget that there is significant value in nature, and it has a significant role to play in terms of climate solution, as well as a foundation to sustainable development. So investing in nature is something that we should be taking more action on, and something to become common practice. So how can we do that? So what we would like to see really is a nature positive transformation. We would like to see investments, especially those financed by ADB, contributing to increased nature resources that we have. So there needs to be a transformation in the way we value and use some of our most important assets. Nature is not only an environmental issue, but it is also a developmental, economic, health, and social issue. Through this RFI project, we will be working to transform the way that we see wetlands, not only in the conservation, but how can we invest in these wetlands so that there is value for economies as well as for conservation. So supporting these vital ecosystems can actually have multiple benefits. Working on these ecosystems can contribute to our global commitments, SDGs, climate change, Ramsar. But, there are also economic benefits that can come from investing in nature. For every dollar spent on nature, there is actually a $9 economic return. Increased financial returns from businesses such as ecotourism, as well as others. And they also have an important role in terms of livelihoods. But of course, while we might know that there are significant opportunities for investing in nature, we also recognize that this is relatively challenging and complex. And one of the issues for this RFITA will be how we can overcome some of those barriers so that we can have investment. And perhaps this is where the role of ADB comes in. So from a development bank perspective, ADB has an important role to play in terms of guiding and mainstreaming finance for nature-based approaches. At ADB, we have committed to invest $100 billion from 2019 to 2030 in climate financing to our developing member countries. This financing covers climate mitigation, adaptation and resilience, new areas for business for private sector climate operations, and a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery from COVID-19, as well as policy and institutional support. But nature and nature-based solutions form a significant and important part of this commitment. To that end, ADB is working through 3 primary channels. So looking at the graph on the left, through public sector or sovereign financing, ADB offers a range of loans and grants that differ in purpose, focus, financing, and disbursement and implementation arrangements. These sovereign projects provide our developing member countries with funding to achieve development results. Additionally, we have private sector or non-sovereign finance for projects that promote private investments in the region that will have significant development impact and will lead to accelerated, sustainable, and inclusive growth. Private sector financial products include loan, debt security, equity investments, and guarantees, and are focused on the core sectors of infrastructure, financial sectors, and capital markets, agribusiness, health, and education. And the third element in this pie chart is looking at the advisory and knowledge services. So this is typically grant-based support from ADB, which is looking to improve capacities and make better use of development resources. A TA, as you'll get used to ADB acronyms working on this project, technical assistance can be used to prepare an ensuing project, or like this RFI TA, it can provide knowledge and support services for focusing on knowledge sharing to capacity building, provide policy advice, undertaking research and development. It can also help to develop a sector strategy, an investment master plan, and a pipeline of future projects, which is one of the key outputs of this TA. As an example of public sector support, the graph on the right is looking at ADB's project cycle. And it's through this project cycle that future projects identified from this TA are likely to follow. So the process starts with the top box, which is the country partnership strategy, and that defines the midterm development goals and operational program that countries are likely to follow. So what will happen is that through this TA, when you identify projects, they will be put into the country programming cycle, which will then be followed through ADB processing into a project through preparation, approval, and implementation. So it's important that as you get to the later stages of the TA, when you have identified priority areas and priority projects, that you have discussions with relevant agencies like the Ministry of Finance and Development and Planning agencies, so that you can ensure that the projects that you're identifying can be put into ADB pipeline. But if you have a project in ADB's pipeline, what does that really mean? So what it means is, under nature positive investment, ADB is actively encouraging more projects that are supporting nature. So projects that are contributing to halting and reversing nature loss, as well as restoring and improving the abundance, diversity, and resilience of species and ecosystems. So as already said by our opening comments, this also combines well with climate goals, and we can meet a number of development challenges. But in practical terms, what does it mean for types of projects for ADB financing? Well, it means that we can finance goods, equipment, and civil works that contribute to conserving, restoring, and sustainably managing our natural resources. It also includes support to activities for policy and regulation reform and development planning, research, and also putting in place the necessary capacity and skills to enable changes through training and capacity building programs. Now, depending on the type of ADB project, we have a range of modalities for both public and private sector financing that can deliver nature positive transformation. And as this TA progresses, ADB will be able to provide more information and support to make sure that we're able to tailor our projects and find the specific project modality which is going to be best suited for your projects moving forward. So that concludes the brief introduction that I have for ADB today. As I said, as the project progresses, we'll be able to provide more information to you on the types of modalities that ADB has and financing mechanisms. And ideally through this TA, we'll be able to tailor our investments so that we have the maximum impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, for these excellent insights on the work of the Asian Development Bank, the role of how nature-positive investments can hopefully drive further resourcing to protect biodiversity in Asia, and also giving us a deep dive at some of the financing mechanisms within ADB. Thanks for these excellent insights. Our next speaker is Vinayaganda Maraja. Vina, who's my boss as well, is the Regional Director for Asia at BirdLife International. And prior to joining BirdLife International, Vina worked at INSEAD, where he served as the legal counsel here in Asia. Vina has a bachelor's degree in law at the University of Bristol, and also in history at the University of Singapore. And I work very closely with Vina on many of the conservation projects we run here in BirdLife International in Asia, especially projects focused on protecting species, flyways, and broader policy-related projects. I'll now pass the floor to Vina to take us further on the work of BirdLife International and how BirdLife hopes to work closely with the ADB team through the RFI to strengthen wetlands and migratory bird conservation here in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. Over to you, Vinna.
A lot, Lee. Let me start off by telling you a bit about bird life. And we're really driven by this quotation. If you take care of the birds, you take care of the big environmental problems in the world. And this is by Thomas Lovejoy, the godfather of biodiversity. And this, in a sense, encapsulates what we're all about in terms of how we use birds to make broader messages. We believe that birds are indicators of the health of the planet. They're mobile, they're responsible to environmental change. Population trends are mirrored by those of other species, and they're better studied than other taxa. And this has really led to two important bird life publications, The Messengers, which tells us about how birds sort of indicate broader trends in relation to climate change, and also a publication called Birds and Biodiversity Targets, which looks at how birds tell us about how we are meeting how we have met the Aichi biodiversity targets. So they are, for us, the canaries in the coal mine. They tell us what we need to know about conservation more broadly. Our approach is shaped by science. It is central to the way we think. We are the IUCN Red List Authority for Birds. We are constantly reminded that 1 in 8 birds face extinction, and that is something that drives our mission and gets us up every morning in terms of trying to address that and get those numbers back to where they need to be. We also came up with the concept of IBAs, and we've identified more than 13,000 important bird areas across the world. Here in Asia, we have identified more than 2,500 IBAs. And some of these are also EAFP network sites and Ramsar sites. So it's a real privilege, I think, for me personally to be working with the Flyway Partnership and Ramsar on this, and really sort of making sure that we collectively protect the most important sites for birds in Asia. We publish extensively, and certainly in the UK, we contribute incredibly to citations in papers. And that sort of underscores the important role that science plays in the way we think and the way we do conservation. We are a partnership. We operate through 115 conservation partners in 113 countries and territories. The way this works is that conservation action is taken at a national level, and advocacy is taken at a national level by partners, but we support them more broadly through policy support, fundraising, communications, and capacity building. And this sort of combination of partners working on the ground, supported by a secretariat based out of Cambridge and in 6 regional offices around the world, is ultimately what, in our opinion, delivers that conservation success. Many of our partner organizations, we have 13 partner organizations here in Asia, and many of them also work very closely with the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, and therefore it's, again, hugely synergistic to sort of work with EAFP on this regional flyway initiative. Our conservation approach is focused on saving species, conserving sites, encouraging ecological sustainability, and recognizing that conservation benefits people. We work in several broad areas: flyways, forests, illegal killing and trade, seabirds, and eradicating invasive species on islands. But even as we work on all these different things, we're constantly paying attention to the climate emergency. With COVID, human health has become increasingly important, and economic and social well-being. And so these 3 important cross-cutting priorities underpin our work in relation to flyways, forests, trade, marine, and islands. And I was glad to see this sort of image on the right on Suzanne's presentation. We are keen to ensure that our conservation efforts support the Sustainable Development Goals globally, but especially here in Asia. We recognize that the Sustainable Development Goals that relate to nature actually support the other goals that relate to society and economy. And therefore, nature is critical for the functioning of a healthy society and for the development of the global economy. And we started to sort of look at this in the context of our work. That image on the left involves Crane Rice, an initiative that has been started by our Cambodian partner, where we're looking at supporting local communities grow rice, and those communities, in doing so, also take care of the Saras cranes and their habitats. So we protect the birds and we protect the local economy. And hopefully this can make a huge contribution more broadly to economic growth in Cambodia and the rest of Asia. COVID has obviously highlighted the need for a green recovery, and BirdLife is focused on ensuring that that recovery is actually green. So a green recovery must reignite the economy, restore purchasing power, creating new jobs, and address social inequality, all sort of critical functions, critical elements of any economic recovery. But how do we make sure that we do that by ensuring that nature is both not compromised, but is also central to that recovery? And that is the trick, and that is what we hope to achieve through the ADB Regional Flyways Initiative. So one of our key programs is the BirdLife Flyways program. 95% of BirdLife partners across the world work on flyways. We work through them locally to address threats and formulate solutions. And we make sure that it is local to global. So local concerns are elevated to the global stage through international policy processes and communications. And we want to make sure that that conservation effort is year-round. So as the birds sort of move up and down the flyways, we want to make sure that efforts are being made to address threats that they face as they arrive at their different locations. The program itself has several key focal areas: coastal wetlands, illegal hunting, energy infrastructure, freshwater wetlands, and land birds and the impact of unsustainable land use. We work by coordinating partner engagement and action, capacity development, research and monitoring, site action, policy advocacy, both at the national and international level, communication, and fundraising. A couple of initiatives that we're extremely proud of over the last 3 years, thanks to the efforts of Ding Li. We have been working in Vietnam, exploring, conducting shorebird surveys and year-long monitoring, identifying and prioritizing sites in the Mekong Delta, and looking at the threats faced at those sites, raising awareness of migratory birds in the Mekong Delta and adjacent wetlands, supporting local sort of conservation efforts. And we started going beyond the Mekong Delta, and we started looking at the Red River Delta. In Thailand, we are working in Pakali Lampakbia with the support and supporting BCSD, who are on this call, who've done a fantastic job sort of managing the mangroves and the salt pans. In 2019, BCSD was able to acquire the salt pans, 8 hectares, some of the salt pans, and these are now being planned for management as a nature reserve. We are further strengthening local capacity for conservation and wetland management with the support of BCSD. And we're looking at sort of incentives for Thai salt farmers to maintain traditional management practices, to provide alternative livelihoods through ecosystem services. This is another thing that Ding Li has led on in Southeast Asia. BirdLife has worked globally in the Mediterranean, in Europe, and the Middle East to address the illegal killing of birds, to work out the causes of that illegal killing, and to try and address them. So we have developed situation analysis, three previous situation analysis. We're working on a 4th in Southeast Asia, which will cover Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Laos, PDR, Indonesia, Brunei, and Timor-Leste. We're finalizing this, and we hope to have this published in early 2021. We support international policy processes. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change is clearly important. CBD, extremely important in terms of what we do. The World Heritage Convention, the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, as we have been, as I've mentioned, Ramsar Convention, the Convention on Migratory Species, and CITES. And our engagement with all these different policy processes also allows us to address the conservation of migratory birds. This is another area that we're extremely sort of proud of, avian sensitivity mapping. We began to work on this in the Middle East, and now we have started working with the Asian Development Bank on sensitivity mapping here in Asia. We're piloting this in India, Nepal, and Thailand with ADB. And what this essentially involves is overlaying resource potential for onshore and offshore wind, solar, and transmission lines with avian sensitivity. Providing planning authorities, environmental consultants, developers, and financial institutions with guidance on safe siting and operation of new developments. And of course, post-construction monitoring and the development of biodiversity management plans and site conservation programs. So in a nutshell, what we want to do is we want to make sure that these wind turbines and these solar farms do not affect migratory birds along their pathways. And this initiative will help us sort of help industry and help business better site these infrastructure developments, which are absolutely critical for addressing climate change, but making sure that they are sited in an environmentally sensitive way. Our work with the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership is something that we are extremely proud of. Regular reporting and engagement, we support and collaborate on outreach activities for migratory birds. That image on the left, the Lake Flag Challenge, which EAFP has sort of launched, is something that we're incredibly proud to be a part of. Supporting advocacy for wetlands and threatened species. We mobilize BirdLife partners around key EAFP initiatives, and we engage with the Spoonbill Sandpiper Task Force in particular. We support Birds Russia with hit starting. So that image on the left, on the right, is one of a young Spoonbill Sandpiper that hopefully will make its way now from Russia to down the flyway due to that hit starting initiative. And of course, and this really represents the culmination of everything that we are doing with the Flyway Partnership, and that is implementing the EAFP strategic plan through the ADB Regional Flyway Initiative. We have been working closely on the inscription of World Heritage Sites along the LOC coast. In 2012, the IUCN situation analysis that was developed is something that we inputted into and provided support for. We provided technical support to help justify and confirm the OUV status for sites in China and South Korea as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We communicate the visibility of these sites internationally, and we mobilize governments through the RFI Partnership to support the inscription of these sites. As Patricia noted, the leadership of China and Korea has been instrumental in these sites being inscribed as World Heritage Sites, and we can only congratulate them and continue to support them as they make further inroads in the conservation space. I'd just like to sort of finally conclude by looking at how the ADB Regional Flyway Initiative is something that really supports us. It supports us because it is a key element for us in developing on the global biodiversity framework, and also in terms of meeting our own strategic goals. So of course, we are about birds and the conservation of threatened bird species along the East Asian Australasian Flyway is fundamental to us. It enables us to protect sites and ecologically connected landscapes. Again, central to our strategy. Addressing the climate emergency through nature-based climate solutions, the climate change adaptation and mitigation element of the Regional Flyway Initiative is something that helps us meet that goal. It ensures that conservation benefits people and is integrated into economic development plans and recovery packages. This again is the fundamental element in our strategy, and we see the Flyway Initiative as helping deliver on that. We think that governments, corporates, and local communities are an integral part of the solution. So working in partnership with them is going to be critical. And the Flyway Initiative offers us a modality for doing that. It allows us to promote innovative conservation, and it encourages models of sustainable agriculture and aquaculture. And finally, a critical element if we are to succeed over the next few years is mobilizing financing for nature. And this initiative that ADB is leading on and that we are privileged to be a part of will help deliver that financing. I want to thank you all. Just a short introduction on BirdLife, and I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank the ADB team for their leadership and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership for being such a fantastic partner in this endeavor. Thank you so much, and over to you, Dingley.
Thank you, Vinna. Thank you, Vinna. Thank you for sharing with us with the providing us with this really comprehensive summary of the work the BirdLife Partnership is doing to protect migratory birds in Asia and more widely across the world, and also sharing with us BirdLife International's plan to move forward on the Regional Flyway Initiative in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank and the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. I'll now move on to our next speaker, Doug Watkins, Chief Executive of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. Many of us know Doug to be working in this region on wetland conservation for more than 30 years. And Doug, he has more than 30 years of work experience on migratory water birds and wetland conservation in our flyway. He has also, in his work, represented more than 3 partners of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership itself, starting first with being the representative for the AWSG, the Australasian Wader Study Group, and then moving on to wear different hats with the conservation of Arctic flora and fauna, and finally here today as the Chief Executive of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. Doc will now provide us with an introduction to the work of the EFP and its plans going forward as it works closely to fulfill the work of the RFI. Over to you, Doug.
Thank you. In my talk this morning, I wish to talk really to our government partners because you are the critical ones in this initiative. And so I wish to come from the perspective more of the national government. Traditionally, there's been 3 mainstay conventions that have a range of obligations on them that governments are seeking to deliver on. The one that's been there all along, Ramsar Convention, where the obligation is to maintain the ecological character of Ramsar listed wetlands. Secondly, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and this has the extra element of national biodiversity strategies and action plans. So there it's more complicated for government because there's a specific plan that has been developed and that needs to be reported on. So the NBSAPs can be a very useful tool to mark the progress with biodiversity conservation. And thirdly, for 3 of our eligible countries, Mongolia, Bangladesh, and Philippines, the Convention on Migratory Species is another international agreement that those countries are working with. And the Regional Flyway Initiative has the potential to deliver across all of these 3 conventions. More importantly now is the Paris Agreement, the United Nations framework on climate change. And this is so important because of the rate of the climate change is happening. And our wetlands are important for carbon storage, and the opportunity to address adaptation options to minimize the impact of climate change on internationally important wetlands for migratory water birds, and the opportunity to also address local livelihoods that rely on these wetlands. And so here I've extracted some things from the Indonesian National Adaptation Plan, showing the anticipated increase in extreme wave heights in coastal areas, increasing temperatures, increasing rainfall, and increasing sea level rise as well. So all of this is happening, and in our coastal areas, this is what's predicted as the impacts for wetlands in Indonesia. So the partnership, in its objectives, which we've had since it was started, is developing this network of sites across the flyway to be able to maintain the populations of migratory water birds. And this has now grown to 151 sites across the membership of the partnership. Key element is really the increase in communication, education, and public awareness. So having the communities around important wetlands and more broadly to understand the importance of these wetlands and how they support biodiversity. The third objective is to enhance our knowledge base, so conducting flyway research and monitoring activities, because we need this knowledge base in order to effectively conserve the migratory water birds and their habitats. Again, we need to build the habitat and management capacity of our natural resource managers, decision makers, and local stakeholders. And in cases we need to develop priority project activities for endangered species and habitats in order to maintain the status of, or improve the status of migratory water birds. So all of these objectives of the Flyway Partnership really will be addressed in the rollout of the Regional Flyway Initiative. So looking a little bit more closely at an example of the Indonesian National Adaptation Plan, it talks about the need for climate change adaptation, it no longer being an option, but a priority for sustainable development. So clearly, the Indonesian government is identifying this as a key aspect on the development agenda. The adaptation plan calls for the involvement of all stakeholders. It must be inclusive and efficient. It calls for climate change adaptation, marine and coastal, water, agriculture, and health, all things that are prioritized in their adaptation plan. The need for developing climate resilience and identifying some of the adaptation strategies for infrastructure, technology, capacity building, and governance. And fifthly, the need for gender sensitivity and for vulnerable groups, having ecosystem-based approaches, landscape or spatial, as well as financial innovation. So these are already there embedded in the National Adaptation Plan for Indonesia, and there'll be key elements in the rollout of the Regional Flyway Initiative. Also, the Indonesian National Adaptation Plan identifies a very important role for local governments. And again, this is so important when activities are happening on the ground. The need for local government to assist with solving local issues, to improve local capacity, financing local plans and programs, strengthening local institutions, and preventing local climate hazard and damage. The plan also recognises the need for more research and strengthening higher education to really understand the climate change issues for human systems and vulnerable ecosystems at the national and subnational level, to improve national and local capacity to cope with climate change, to develop national and local approaches to coping climate change by developing proper perspectives and the engagement of non-government organisations in these activities, facilitating local community organisation and identifying actions for local needs, financing local program and development projects, improving local capacity, and strengthening local institutions. So where Regional Flyway Initiative is moving in parallel with what is already happening in the adaptation plans for some countries. So things are coming together. Whilst the Regional Flyway Initiative may be a new initiative, it complements very well already some of the strategies which national governments in the flyway are seeking to implement. Do remember the fantastic team we now have through our partners right across the flyway. And this team of people across the flyway is there really to help countries implement these activities at their sites. So I do encourage our government partners that are looking at engaging in the Regional Flyway Initiative do also draw upon the strength of the Flyway Partnership, either directly with those partners or through the Secretariat. We are really excited by the Regional Flyway Initiative. It looks like the time when we can actually all make a great difference in this flyway by greatly improving the sustainability of the important sites for migratory waterbirds, and importantly also the local people and their livelihoods that they also gain from these wetlands. We're very pleased to be a key part of this endeavour, and we very much look forward to its implementation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug, for sharing with us the important work of the EFP to protect some of the most important sites for migratory waterbirds here in the Asia-Pacific region. I'll now proceed onwards to our next speaker. Thanks once again to Doug for sharing with us the work of the EFP and its plans to strengthen conservation of migratory waterbirds here in this region. I'll now pass the floor to my colleague, Duncan Lang, who is Senior Environmental Specialist at the ADB and who I work very closely together with under this project. Duncan is a senior environmental specialist, and he works very closely in the Safeguards Division and Environmental Thematic Group of the SDCC, where he advises and also help to provide that compliance support on a lot of the operational work in relation to the environmental work that the ADB does. I perhaps would pass the floor onward to Duncan so that he could introduce his work a little bit more, and also some of the ADB's plan on how it wants to advance the Regional Flyway Initiative going forward. Over to you, Duncan.
Thank you, Ding Li. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and I'm almost amazed that we actually got here. You know, it's been a long journey, so I'm so happy to be here today. And I have to say, first off, big thank yous to all of my own colleagues, ADB team, who've got us to this point. There's been a lot of hard work from the team that I work very closely with, as well as our management as well. Also, a big thanks to the Flyway Partnership team there, Ewan and Doug, and everybody else at the Flyway Partnership. Great thanks to you. And also our other partners at BirdLife, of course. You know, thanks so much for your help in getting us to this point. It's been wonderful working with you so far, so we really appreciate your hard work. And Ding Li, particularly for this event, you've been working crazy hours, so really appreciate that. So I've got a presentation here today, which is kind of split into two halves. Hopefully I can make it work. Just trying to get it to go. Here we go. So I'm going to give you an overview of where we are with the Regional Flyway Initiative from ADB's side. Go through what it is, if for those who don't know about it, our long-term vision. Then I will talk about the grant elements, the development phase where we are now, what we're going to deliver by that, and then go into the implementation phase for the RFI and what our hopes are for that in the future. Then I'll also talk about what we're hoping to get from yourselves here as part of this workshop. The second part of the presentation will kind of give you an idea of what an RFI project might look like. We've heard quite a lot of great stuff from Doug, Vina, Suzanne and others about what investments might look like, but we've tried to visualize it for you today to get your the imagination going a little bit, and also to give you a better sense for perhaps what the ecosystem services and benefits that investing in wetlands could look like. So I'll kick off now and take you through this. And apologize, Tej, if this goes over my time a little bit, it might do. Okay, so first off, what is the initiative? Well, as I said, it's split into two halves, really. We've got this development phase now over the next 2 years, and then hopefully an investment phase for the 10 years following that. Our intention is to deliver 50 plus flyway sites protected or under sustainable management, and to build that coherent network, get sites into better conservation status, maintain species numbers, and also enhance them if possible. The idea is that this is a regional initiative, and we really want to operate as a flyway scale as we've got on our map there. As mentioned by many so far, we're really interested in these co-benefits. We want to create healthy wetlands and deliver those ecosystem benefits and build that green infrastructure. At the moment, the focus countries that we're looking at are Mongolia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, Thailand, Bangladesh, China, and Indonesia. And that's really based on the priority sites that are within the region. We're also, at the moment, focusing on coastal sites. However, as you will note, there's countries like Mongolia there. We do still think that there's definitely a lot of room for inland wetlands as well, freshwater sites, but that would really be driven by the countries if there's that interest, and also assuming that the sites have internationally important sites for migratory water birds, which some countries do. As mentioned by Doug and Vina, really are the grounding of why ADB is able to get involved in this is really around those key agreements that our developing member countries have signed up to. Particularly, we're looking at the Flyway Partnership Strategic Plan, which we are hoping to deliver some of the key outcomes from. But there are the others as well: Paris Agreement, Ramsar, the CBD post-2020 biodiversity framework, UNESCO World Heritage as well. So there's all the countries. Many countries have a lot of obligations under these under these international agreements, and so really we want to try and help our developing member countries contribute to those. So for the development phase, I've just kind of an overview of where we are with it at the moment. We call it a technical assistance, and it's a grant-based mechanism by which we can do these type of projects. We were approved for this project for the Flyway earlier this year in July, and the running time for this grant, our technical assistance program, will be from when it was approved until December 2023. As you heard before, we had some launch events earlier this year at CBD COP on the 14th of October, and also at the COP26 in November. They were quite successful, a lot of hard work, but we're really super happy to have got them done. And now we're into actually implementing the project. Under the TA grant, we have $1 million for this development phase, and we're hoping that that can also leverage additional financing too. And how we're delivering this development phase is ADB is administering this grant, but then we're bringing in key delivery partners, which in this case is BirdLife International. And BirdLife are bringing together a consortium to deliver on the TA, and they're doing, they've started this work, and you're meeting the team here over the course of these 2 days. In terms of the schedule of where we see the development phase being done, what we have is we're here at the moment in the Inception Workshop, you'll see. Then we have a number of activities after that that we hope to happen in the next year. So first off, we have this site selection framework, which you'll hear more about in the next couple of days, that we're hoping to get endorsed early next year. Then we will be engaging with the developing member countries on the site selection process to try and get that agreement on which sites are really the priority ones in the different countries. And then we're hoping perhaps at the COP15 Part 2 later next year to try and get that consensus on that priority list, and then we will be developing the concepts from then on. The outputs from the development phase, this is kind of a bit technical ADB language here, but we have kind of three main ones, and I'll just summarize them essentially. The first part is one of the bits of what we're doing here at this workshop is this needs assessment piece. We're trying to find out where the gaps are, what are the things that really need to be done through this initiative to fill those holes in the different countries to make sure that there is sustainable management and protection of these wetlands for the birds, and also supporting the people. So that's the first part, is this needs assessment gap analysis piece there. The second part is about the sites. First off, there is the site selection framework that we want to build and get endorsement for. Then we will use that to identify those priority sites in a kind of tiered approach, where we will firstly get a larger list, and then we'll get to a smaller list of priority sites after we've been working with developing member countries and other stakeholders as well. And you'll hear more about that approach in the next couple of days. And once we've got that priority list, then we will be developing the investment concepts for them. And in each investment concept, you will get an idea for the biodiversity values of that site, the threats that are there, how they would be addressed, the co-benefits that would be delivered, and also the investment that would be needed to do the project for that site. Building the correct infrastructure in terms of teams or monitoring, etc. This would all come in through that capacity building piece. And then moving on to the sustainable financing mechanism, as mentioned earlier on, this would be a granting mechanism, and then it would run in parallel to any of those investments. We think that roughly 15 to 20 million may happen per cycle, and this would be over like a 5-year period. And that money could be used at a regional scale, but it could also be used at a site-specific intervention level. And really, it would be there to try and fill that gap where we've got the money that may go into protected areas in a particular country, but there's also areas that are outside protected areas that may not get funding. So try and bridge that gap where there's no money available. We'd also be able to support activities of CSOs, which are very integral, actually, often in terms of funding for monitoring activities, and the funding for them is very important. And also the other thing that we're hoping to do with the sustainable financing mechanism is actually to use it to try and work out some long-term self-financing mechanisms, such as eco-compensation or market-based instruments that could then support sites in the long term so that they're self-financing. But that needs some money to do that type of work. And so we're hoping that the sustainable financing mechanism can do that. So where we are today, just sort of moving forward, what we're really hoping to get from this session is really some feedback from yourselves, the attendees. First off, for the developing member countries, we're hoping to try and work through that process of getting our no objection for actually implementing the projects in your countries. So we have been in touch with some of you. We will be in touch with others of you to try and go through that process. It's kind of one of these technical things that ADB has to do, but it's important that we do it. And hopefully you can see enough over the next couple of days to see that it's a worthwhile project for you to get further involved in. Then on the outputs, we certainly need some feedback on yourselves in that needs assessment piece. And we have a dedicated session for that later today. And so hopefully we can get some great feedback from yourselves. Where do you need support? What are the areas that we need to build in the different countries, and also at a regional level, it's key that we think about that as well. Then on the priority site selection process, we want to work with yourselves on which are the sites that you think in your country are those priorities, and going through that selection process. And then also along with that is what are the type of opportunities, things that could be invested in in those different countries in the vicinity of those sites that could support the site while also delivering on the livelihoods and etc. to make it an investable project. So I've listed a few here, and I'll go through some examples of that in a minute. And lastly, just on knowledge sharing there, we obviously, you do work in these different countries and stakeholders as well, do a lot of different work. And we had some interesting discussions in the last couple of weeks about some great work in China, as an example. We want to make sure there's no wastage, no overlapping, and we take that information, that if you're happy to give it to us, to make sure that we use it as usefully as possible to make sure that we build the initiative in the correct way. And we also want to know about what activities you are doing in your countries as well. So this brings me essentially to the end of the first part of the presentation, which is really just talking about where we are with the RFI. But for the second part now, I really want to just kind of give you that feel for what an RFI project might be. Also to talk about the co-benefits that may be delivered by them. So what we've got here is essentially a kind of a landscape where we've got different project ideas that could come into this landscape and could be delivered via an RFI project. We've got habitat restoration, aquaculture, sustainable agriculture, pollution prevention and water management, and also nature protection and ecotourism. Now, with this, any project that maybe came out of the RFI in the end would maybe have elements of each. And we have good examples of projects that have actually been delivered by ADB, where they've actually had, in terms of wetland protection, where we've had elements of sustainable agriculture, they've had elements of pollution prevention, they've had elements of nature protection. So it's not maybe that there's one project for each, but what we've got today for you is just some examples. It's just to really get you to see what a project might be. But the other thing maybe to mention at this point is that these would always our investments would be anchored around these priority sites and how they could deliver for those, whether that is through threat abatement, sustainable agriculture. Maybe there is some runoff coming from the agriculture areas that is affecting a wetland. It could also be threat abatement in terms of unsustainable harvesting, etc. So it's always important that when I go through these examples, you have to bring it back to where we are with the actual the priority sites and what the activity of our investment would mean for those priority sites. So in terms of what we could deliver through investing in wetlands, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but if you can have a look at the slide we've got here, these are the kind of 4 different thematic areas by which wetlands can deliver. So we've got those socio-economic factors, we've got personal and cultural values, we've got climate adaptation and resilience, and we've got ecosystem resilience as well. Now, there's a whole raft of different things there, and many of the investment projects you might do would give you cross-cutting benefits across many different things. Climate adaptation and mitigation is probably one of the most high-profile ones at the moment, and certainly you can read through the different examples that I'll give you. And what you can do is look for the icons, if you like, on the top right corner for the different projects, and that kind of gives you a sense of what those different projects might be able to deliver to you. But again, just to mention that these a project that we might deliver in the end would probably have elements of different projects and not be just focused on one, as you'll see here today. So first off, what we've got here is a habitat restoration type project. We've got some mangrove replanting that's gone on there. We have at the front here, we've got an idea of a intertidal mudflat that has been restored, and we've got some sustainable fishing. Now, this type of replanting, etc., if done in the right place, can deliver, great benefits. We've got, the mangroves are great nursery sites for fisheries, and as we will maybe hear tomorrow, we've got the Paktal wetland project there in Thailand, where the mudflats have been restored. They're still possible to get the salt production from those, but they're also now full of invertebrates, so a great site for species. And the key thing as well here is there's a lot, if you look up the top there, of climate adaptation and mitigation measures that these type of restoration projects can deliver. And, you know, storm threats coming in, mangroves are very good at doing a nature-based solution to averting these. So this is kind of giving you an indicative view of what perhaps a habitat restoration project might be. But it's important to say that mangrove planting is great if done in the right place. So maybe just finish on that point. Second one we've got here is aquaculture and fisheries. This one, I think, maybe focusing more on the aquaculture. There's a lot of great sustainable aquaculture that can be done that is great for providing biodiversity values for particularly migratory water birds. You can see our guy is moving through the screen there. He's collecting the clams or whatever from the intertidal mudflat. And if done in a sustainable way, this can be fantastic for you know, livelihood support, but also that it has no impact on the birds if done in a sustainable manner. And it shows how they can interact, but also, you know, these type of ecosystems, if managed right, can provide for biodiversity as well. So thinking back to where a threat might be in this scenario, if there's coastal fisheries are done with nets that are exposed at low tide, these can be quite bad for migratory water birds. So it's about where the threat is in an important wetland and how that could be abated and could still deliver livelihood for people. So it's just a good idea, a good example of a type of project that we could deliver. So next we've got sustainable agriculture. So I noted earlier on we had the Saurus crane rice production there in Cambodia. We don't have a Saurus crane here, but we do have a kind of rice production here. So sustainable agriculture is a really important one. You know, some agricultural areas in themselves can actually be internationally important for water birds, but they also are often adjacent to internationally important wetlands. So anything that comes off these sites can have a negative impact on those wetlands next door. So doing your production in a sustainable way is the type of thing that can really have those great benefits for biodiversity. But also, if done in a way where ADB was involved with an investment project, then we could look to try and get certification, for example, for rice production, which would then mean that a premium could be paid for it. And then that would mean that the farmers there may be able to do it in a more sustainable way, or using runner ducks, say, as an example, instead of using pesticides to treat pests. So there are different things that we could explore in a similar project to this to make sure that we were delivering for the biodiversity there, but also for livelihoods. Then we have the idea of a pollution prevention and water management type project. This might be in a situation where we have upstream impacts, where we have an urban environment there and the water coming from that is not well managed. And so this is maybe a threat abatement project in a way where we could have the water coming off that site would be negatively affecting a wetland further downstream. But with bringing in these nature-based solutions here, we can then make sure that that water, when it gets to the wetlands, which are used by the our key priority site there, they are cleaner. But also, you know, these type of environments and these kind of managed wetlands also can do a lot of great stuff in terms of flood storage and provide biodiversity value in themselves. So there's great benefits there that can come, and ADB has quite a lot of experience in this area. We've done some programs, one in China called Sponge Cities is particularly relevant, but we want to make these so that they would be fitting in with those priority sites. But this is just another indicative example of an intervention and a project that we might be able to do. And then lastly, we have a nature protection and ecotourism. So we have a wetland here at the front, which is important for the birds. And we also have those ecotourism benefits as well. We have a area, there's a hide perhaps, or a facility where people are making money out of selling things to tourists. We've got a bird watcher. We have some recreation dedicated area up towards the top there. And so this is the type of project that we could help support and deliver. And ADB has actually done this, the Yangcheng wetland, where we have the ecotourism project there. It might not look like this, but this is again an indicative example of perhaps what a wetland could look like, and the huge benefits that can come with that in terms of livelihood to locals as well. It can be great for them. So this is the last example I have, and apologies for going over time. I'd just like to say thank you very much for listening, and I'm very excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope that gives you all a sense of perhaps what an investment project might look like. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks, Duncan, and thanks for sharing with us those excellent graphics that your team have produced on wetlands, and also constantly reminding us that wetlands, besides providing habitat for migratory birds, they also offer much more than that in terms of all the different co-benefits that you have highlighted, all these different ecosystem services that wetlands provide us, ranging everything from protecting our coastlines from tidal surges to, of course, providing that foundation for supporting so much of our coastal fisheries in this part of the world. I'll now proceed to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Tej Munkur from Wetlands International, and many of us here already know Tej very well. Tej is has worked on wetlands conservation for many years, and his work goes into so many bits of the things that we all do for migratory birds. Unfortunately, Tej would not be able to join us today because he says that he was not feeling well. But Tej has also gladly shared with me a recording of his presentation, which I will be able to share on my computer shortly. Before I go into the presentation, of course, I want to quickly introduce Tej for those of us who are not familiar with his work. Tej is the Senior Technical Officer at Wetlands International, and he's based with the Global Office of Wetlands International in the Netherlands. He's responsible for the development of many of these waterbird conservation programs worldwide, as well as more regionally here in the Asian region. He's also worked and partnered with many of the conventions, governments, NGOs, the corporate sector, and many other organizations. Tej has a doctorate in waterbird ecology and also studied microbiology in the past. And he started off with Wetlands International in Malaysia, having been the driving force really, in the Asian waterbird census that so many of us participate in, including myself when I was younger. So I think without further ado, I'll proceed into sharing with us Tej's presentation, which is going to be a recorded video.
Good afternoon or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to speak to you on behalf of Wetlands International team. My name is Tej Munkur, and I'm a Senior Technical Officer. The talk is entitled Evidence-Based Action, Conservation Status of Migratory Waterbirds in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. Well, as an introduction and background to Wetlands International, we are an international not-for-profit organization with our global office here in the Netherlands, with network offices in India, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, the Philippines, as well as in various parts of Africa, Europe, and the Americas. Our mission is quite simple: to inspire and mobilize society to safeguard and restore wetlands for people and nature. And in our current strategic intent, which runs through this decade, healthy wetlands for a healthier world is the mantra. And we are aiming to work and enhance our work in three major areas and landscapes, including coasts and deltas, rivers and lakes, and peatlands worldwide. And we're going to upscale this work supported by 3 cross-thematic groups focused on biodiversity and therefore defining healthy wetlands through that, building resilient communities in the in the face of climate change, as well as food security, and ensuring that climate change risks are reduced to wetlands, to people, to biodiversity, recognizing the important function and the close linkages between climate change and wetlands, which store huge carbon reserves worldwide. The knowledge is quite strong to show us that we need to take a landscape approach to working with wetlands and to conserve them, to manage them. And this often means we need to start in the highlands where there may be upland peatlands, across the floodplains of the plains, where you have a number of different wetland types, down to the coast where you have coastal mangroves, coral reefs, and mudflats. And all these different habitats support rich biodiversity, and in this case also migratory water birds. So conserving one area usually means conserving other areas, because these are interconnected through the water above the surface and below the surface of the ground. And if we look at the priority landscapes that we've decided to focus on, building on existing work in this decade, you can see that in coasts and deltas, the Yellow Sea, Southeast Asia are a major focus, as well as in terms of rivers and lakes, the mainland of East and Southeast Asia, and peatlands starting in the Arctic through East Asia and Southeast Asia as well. So these are perfect habitats for identifying and prioritizing conservation action. The geographic area of the flyway is huge, and therefore prioritizing actions to ensure short-term conservation results is extremely important. And given that we are dealing with water birds, having access to good quality water bird information is a high priority. And there are a number of monitoring programs and schemes, including the Asian water bird census, and I'll come back to that a little later. In addition, we see the opportunity to be looking at threat levels for both sites and species, and perhaps developing some sort of scoring system for these different threats, be they infrastructure development, land subsidence, killing of the birds, unsustainable tourism, etc. And we need to match that with the investability or the willingness and opportunities for these participating countries to invest in their own wetlands for their benefit, as well as for migratory species. And finally, to be connecting these opportunities of investments in conservation and restoration to other investments, usually much larger, for infrastructure development and wetland management. So this gives us an opportunity to take a new approach to waterbird and wetland conservation, one in which we are focusing on conservation and restoration of internationally important waterbird sites in a broader development and engineering context. We're doing this through integrating waterbird habitat conservation in large-scale coastal and inland development programs, and further to be stimulating large-scale investment as part of this wetland landscape development project cycle. This has to happen with building on local and national capacities for habitat and species management, both within government, within the other sectors, NGOs that are currently involved in such work, and to be raising awareness about the importance of such work. Clearly, this needs to be anchored in the development of policies that support this and enable such work into the future. We see this very much within the philosophy of Wetlands International to be inspiring people mobilizing information and people, and upscaling this in terms of impact across the flyway. And if we look at a case study in this new approach that we can map out, in Manila Bay, which is an internationally important site for migratory waterbirds and includes a Ramsar site as well, this area supports a few million people, both in the urban areas of Manila, as well as in the surrounding villages and towns. And all these people directly or indirectly depend on and interact with the bay. So management of these intertidal coastal wetlands is extremely important. And there's been a lot of change and pressure on these wetlands over the last decades. And there's a need to be working with all the stakeholders, farmers, fish farmers, the poorest coastal communities, the towns and city people, in finding the right solutions for the management of these areas now and into the future. This needs strong government support and local institutions and NGOs, and of course, investment partners who can make the actions fundable in the shorter term and longer term. We can see positive benefits from such an approach to both the people as well as their needs, such as through fisheries, as well as for the migratory waterbirds that come here in huge numbers every year. And taking such an approach, we recognize the need to be really looking at strategies that are different for different habitats. So for the riverine habitats, for the coastal habitats, different actions will be needed, carefully planned, tested, implemented, and assessed into the future. And these could include use and reef configuration of coastal fish ponds, mudflat restoration, mangrove replanting, a number of soft and hard engineering responses to the different needs, and working also in the hinterland, in the freshwater wetlands and fish ponds to ensure water supply and food for the local people. If we then move up the flyway further into the Yellow Sea area, Wetlands International has been working with the governments of the Yellow Sea in a number of different ways to help build capacity for monitoring, management, and restoration of coastal wetlands. And we'd like to strengthen this and facilitate this kind of work that falls very much in the remit of the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership as well, and ensure that there is the adoption of good practices, best practices for management and restoration of these wetlands, because the Yellow Sea is a critically important part of the flyway. If we lose the Yellow Sea, we lose many waterbird populations immediately. And this means there needs to be local interest and support and capacities for monitoring and management and restoration of these wetlands based on good science, which means you need to be monitoring both habitats and species. And we see this happening through the project we have underway. You can see 2 points there, one in the north of Bohai Bay, the Liao He National Nature Reserve, which is a Ramsar site and an East Asian Australasian Flyway Network site, as well as a demonstration site just north of Shanghai on the Rudong coast, which is extremely important for spoonbill sandpipers and many other threatened migratory waterbirds. This program has been funded by the Arcadia Foundation, and we're very grateful to them. So that's a good background to why we need good information on migratory waterbirds and what is the current status of these species. What's happening to them? What do we need to do about them? Well, the Flyway Partnership Secretariat has been working closely with Wetlands International to move this agenda forward along with the various partners. And the guiding document is the partnership, which recognizes the need for updated information on the status of populations of waterbirds for a number of different reasons, including, and most importantly, to have the right 1% threshold that can be used to identify, wetlands of international importance for migratory waterbirds that are designated under the site network. You heard about this before as well during the presentation from Doug Watkins. The second is to provide an international context for prioritization and supporting the identification of the changes in the status of populations, including threatened populations. Thirdly, to be providing a sound technical basis for cooperative actions for conservation and restorations of these populations. And fourthly, in measuring success of the partnership in achieving its goal that migratory waterbirds and their habitats in the East Asian flyway are recognized and conserved for the benefit of both people and biodiversity. Decision 7.4 of the partnership calls for the use of the waterbird population estimates process to provide an updated information base on waterbird populations sizes and trends, and as I mentioned earlier, a basis for deriving the 1% thresholds. So if we look at what is the known current status of waterbirds, we can reflect on the last publication of the Waterbird Population Estimates 5 in 2012 that showed us that there are 218 migratory waterbird species in this flyway of over 250 biogeographic populations. And if we look at the kind of information available, 10% had no size estimates, 50% had size estimates that predated 2000, which really means we're talking about old information without a good understanding of the current situation. And worryingly, over 50% had no trend information at all. So we don't know what's going on with them. If you look at the graph here, you can see there's a lot of blue and red, and these refer to the percentage of populations of these different families of waterbirds that are either declining or unknown. So basically there's very little green or blue to be happy about, light blue to be happy about in this picture. But fast forward 10 years to now. Through the contract of the Flyway Partnership, over the last months, we've been reviewing a lot of information, a lot of good quality information for a number of species. And if we look at the breakup at the start of the year, we've now still got 20 families to deal with, 218 species and 277 populations, a larger number than in 2012, because of the definition of populations have changed and adapted to the latest taxonomy that the partnership uses. In addition, on the right side in the pie chart, you can see that over 25% of the populations of waterbirds shown here are either threatened or near threatened, which is a reflection of the fact that this East Asian Australasian flyway is the most threatened for its migratory waterbirds and birds in the world. And there's no better flyway to be dealing with in terms of trying to protect at flyway scale the conservation of their habitats and restoration of populations. If we dig deeper into this information just for a moment, you can see here that across the different families, 31% of them have dark blue, which means no estimates as yet. But that's coming down from the 50% which had no estimates in the previous population estimates in 2012. So we're getting better information. A lot of the other information is of variable quality, from best guess to census based, and this needs to be improved as well. So this identifies opportunities to where we need to focus attention for future monitoring activities. And if we look at the trend information, we can see that if we look at the long-term trends of the families, we have information for only 40% of these populations, which are represented here in this graph. And of these, 44% are declining, 24% are stable or fluctuating, and 33% are increasing. And that increase is both a real increase and a real increase in the quality of information. But there are definitely cases which show that the population is increasing. And this is the result of good conservation action, which means that conservation does pay if we do it properly. And if we look at the short-term trend direction, which is the last 10 years since the last publication, we can see for the populations that we have information, an overwhelming number of them are either decreasing or fluctuating, and only a small percentage, 26, are showing a positive increase. And if we look at on what kind of information this is based, well, we know that for 58%, we have no information or no idea in terms of the trend quality. And therefore, we can only focus on the other smaller percentage of this graph, where 7% is good information and 19% is poor information. So again, it means that we need to have strong, powerful programs in place for the long term in order to be able to monitor the trends in populations. Because after all, as you know, birds are long-lived, and to study changes, we need to be monitoring them for long periods of time to have good quality results. The information that will be finalized in this publication over the next months will be available through the Waterbird Populations portal, which is an open access portal. The information on trends has been collected largely through the International Waterbird Census, which many of you may be familiar with. It's a global monitoring program for all waterbirds and wetlands. It's also the longest running program globally as a citizen science biodiversity monitoring program. And these red dots indicate some of the sites, or a majority of the sites, that have been covered over the last decades. The census is repeated every January with information included from December and February as well. And in some parts of the world, this is augmented by information collected in July. All the results are made available on our website in a summarized form. And in terms of the major outcomes, we can see that we have assessments that are supporting conservation action at the flyway level, such as for the Flyway Partnership, and global levels such as Ramsar. We are providing updates on the status and threats to waterbirds and wetlands in countries where the information has been collected. The program is supporting and has demonstrated the strengthening of capacities of local networks, of NGOs, of experts, and the government in better monitoring of their wetlands and waterbirds. And through a lot of social media and local interest and activities, there's been a greater buzz and interest and support for conservation action in this whole region. So having a good monitoring program is extremely important. And how does this work? Well, it works from ground upwards, really, from the wetlands. The data is being used for site designation, site management plans at the state level, national level, at the flyway level for the partnership, as I've mentioned to you. And now with this RFI, maybe there's an opportunity to add ADB to this box as well. And at the global level, you can see that the various biodiversity conventions are mentioned, and so is the red list of IUCN, the BirdLife International IBA, IBAs, and a lot of other work. It's useful to be aware that there's good capacity building, available information and guidance and training kits, as well as manuals, species conservation plans, and guidance on how to manage wetlands, how to deal with ecotourism, that can be usefully used and adapted for this program of work. So this might be something to consider in the near future. The next is really the kinds of tools that we have available, open access, that could be very good for decision support processes, including the Waterbird Populations portal launched earlier this year, with specific buttons to help you get directly to information for the Flyway Partnership. And if we zoom in quickly to one of the species, such as the northern pintail, a species of duck, you can see it in detail here. You have summarized information as well as long-term information on sizes and trends. and 1% threshold. So this information is all available to you even now. As I mentioned earlier, the results of the latest conservation status review will be uploaded here in the coming months, and so you will have access to the latest information. Another important decision support tool is the Critical Site Networks tool, which was developed by Wetlands International and BirdLife International, primarily focused on the African Eurasian region, identifying sites of critical importance across the flyway, building on the IBA database, the Ramsar database, and other databases. And here, different colors indicate their current protection status, taken from the IUCN database. So this could be easily extended to the East Asian Australasian Flyway as part of this bigger initiative to support information sharing and site prioritization as a basis for action into the future. So in conclusion, really, we see the opportunity for using this RFI as a way for strategic planning at the flyway level in conceptualizing plans for conservation and investment of many internationally important sites and landscapes. And at each of these project sites to be having clear ecological, socioeconomic, and climate change adaptation mitigation linked targets for these investments, recognizing the importance of collection and use of up-to-date waterbird and wetland monitoring information to support an evidence-based assessment of the impacts of these project interventions, which we hope will be positive for the species and the habitats. Capacity building in terms of strengthening existing networks, both within governments and volunteers, and using the existing tools and resources that I outlined. Use of good quality management, knowledge management tools through the open access decision support tools that we have at our hands at the moment. And finally, the opportunity to share experiences from other flyways and programs to support the development and implementation of this new and really ambitious program that's being planned. Well, thank you very much, folks, and I'm happy to take questions.
That was an excellent presentation by Tej, reminding us of the need for long-term data in monitoring our waterbirds and making sure that that information that we've collected from years of monitoring are incredibly powerful in helping us to develop guidance for conservation actions on the ground. Also very excellent presentation by Tej for setting the scientific and the data-driven context for this project that we are all working on. So thanks to Tej once again. While Tej is not here, he's still happy to take questions. So if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat box and I will convey them to Tej when he joins us later in the day. We've got a bit of time now for maybe one or two questions from the presentations. That's been the presentations by our colleagues from the EFP, from BirdLife, from ADB, and of course, Tej's presentation. If you've got any questions, please feel free to put them into the chat box. We'll read out these questions and we'll direct them to the presenter that would that is best positioned to answer those questions. I will now pass the floor back to my colleague Gary, who would sum up the session before dismissing us for the lunch break. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks very much, Dingley. Let me just get my notes. So I think the key things that came from the session we've had so far, I think really built upon the opening set of discussions, that we do have a great opportunity in front of us here, the purpose of this meeting is really to figure out how we move forward in making the most of that as we develop the technical advisory work in the next 2 years. So one of the great strengths here is that we have a major set of partners committed to collaborating. And this is a new framework, particularly bridging from development finance to a joint network of both governments through EFP network and civil society through other networks. and that we are clearly building a strong framework for collaboration with a long-term view. So this is a very significant opportunity. Secondly, the level of resourcing that is being committed is a major opportunity here, and that we can actually, for once, begin to contemplate dealing with the problems that we see at an appropriate level of scale. Thirdly, everyone is committed to being innovative, to make things work. So what's being pulled together here is a set of, actually, each of the individual pieces are not necessarily new. It's the fact that these are all being drawn together such that a number of key institutions are exploring their own ability to be as innovative as possible, which means that this, at the moment, this is, I think, a unique collaboration thus far, but this is globally replicable for sure. And, we should maximize both our learning as we go along and make sure that we bring other institutions along. And I think one of the points here is worth dwelling upon is the mention of the Multilateral Development Bank joint statement on nature, which was made at the UNFCCC COP in early November. But there's a whole series of major banks there, which, if ADB are able to successfully build this kind of initiative, there are other banks that can follow along elsewhere in the world. So this is unique. It's highly innovative at the moment, but there's the opportunity to build a model here that's replicable. However, the main need here, and we'll come on to this, I think, in more detail, is to support national governments in the first instance, and in the major thrust of this will be national government support. There will be other networks that need to be supported, but governments are the key focal institutions to get the initiative off the ground. And we need to work with, support the Asian Development Bank and other prospective donors, but ADB as the kind of lead institution at this point, to work with national governments to develop, well, first of all, agree how to work together, but develop investment projects at site level. And I think the diagram that was presented with the operating framework for ADB to work with governments around the country investment framework is a really critical framework for us to bear in mind. Some countries may not be at the right point in that cycle to necessarily want to embark on those discussions right now, but this is one of the reasons why having a long-term view is really helpful, because if that's the case, we can wait for the right point in that cycle for the conversation to happen and build on that. So some countries may take several years before we're actually at that point. So I think those are the things that came out for me from that initial set of presentations, that it was great to see more detail from the bank and more detail from some of the key implementing partners. And I look forward to the sessions in the afternoon. I think there still is a little bit of time if people want to ask questions now. If not, please do, as Dingley said, share the questions through the chat, and we'll make sure that those are brought together and dealt with. Dingley, was there anything else you wanted to add?
I think you had you gave us an excellent summary of our discussions in the morning, and reminded us that there's a need for all these different organizations to work closely together to ensure the success of the RFI going forward, and of course mobilizing the resourcing that we need to protect some of Asia's most important wetlands for migratory waterbirds. So nothing really substantial for me to add from my side, but just to echo what you've just said, and of course what Duncan, Doug, Vinner, and all other colleagues on the call this morning have said so far. So I'm mindful that we do actually have a bit of time for a Q&A, but perhaps if people are not inspired to throw in questions at this point, we can still have them tackled at a later stage in the workshop. So Gary, if you're happy, I'll proceed to let our colleagues, hop off for a lunch break and then rejoin the session at about 45 minutes from now at 1 o'clock Manila time, Beijing time. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Regional Flyway Initiative Inception Workshop, Day 1. I am Yoon Lee. I'm an External Relations Manager at EAFP Secretariat. Nice to meet you all. I'll be a moderator for the afternoon session today. For those who just joined, we welcome you very much. This morning, we had opening remarks and introductory presentations of the Regional Flyway Initiative from the host organizations. And now we are moving toward the first main session of the workshop. The topic of the first main session is capacity needs for sustainable wetland management in the East Asian and Australasian flyway. The first session is structured with 6 presentations and breakout session total in 4 hours. The first 2 presentations will be made by BirdLife International and Government of Thailand. After the 2 presentations, a 10-minute Q&A session will follow. You are more than welcome to leave your question in the chat box. Our colleagues will collect and share the questions with the speakers. Now, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Ding Lee Yong, the Advocacy and Policy Manager for Asia in BirdLife International. Dr. Ding Lee Yong will present the Evidence-Based Action Part 2, taking stock of the threats faced by migratory waterbirds and coastal wetlands. Dr. Ding Lee Yong, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yoon, for the kind introduction. I will now proceed to share a little bit about some of the threats faced by migratory birds in this region. The purpose of my presentation is not so much to reinvent the wheel, because in this morning session, we've already had a really excellent presentation by Tej, Doug, Vinner, and others who at various points in their presentation have visited the different kinds of threats faced by migratory waterbirds here in the East Asian Australasian flyway. So I'll come back to these threats again to revisit them briefly, and also to build the context as to why we need to do more to protect our wetlands. I'm now going to do a quick share screen. You should be able to see my PowerPoint on your computer. Yeah, so my presentation is aimed to be as broad as possible. I'm not going to any nitty-gritties, but really to revisit some of these topics and basically build upon the context as to why we need to protect wetlands and migratory birds. I think first and foremost, I wanted to, remind the floor that a lot of us here, as conservationists, we may not always realize that we have a huge job to do here in Asia, because after all, Asia is one of the most important continents for bird conservation in the world. If you look very carefully at the numbers, I don't think the numbers lie to us. We look at the total number of species of birds in Asia. We've got more than 3,000 over species of birds in this region, which makes us having a third of all the world's birds. But at the same time, we are also number 1 amongst the world's continents for having endangered, threatened species. If you look at the numbers again, of the world's 1,491 threatened species, this number is accurate as of 2019. About slightly less than a third of that actually also comes from Asia. 429 species of the world's threatened species are in this region. So that again reminds us that there's an immense amount of work for us to do here in Asia to better conserve our bird species, and also reminding us that we have such fantastic biodiversity in this part of the world. A quick revisit of the East Asian Australasian flyway again. I think we've heard about the flyway several times already this morning, and I'll just quickly run through the flyway again to remind us of how fantastic this region, this flyway is for migratory birds specifically. Amongst the world's 8 or 9 major flyways that are recognized by scientists, the East Asian Australasian flyway, as mentioned by many of our speakers, is the largest migratory bird corridor on the planet. So it connects a larger area of habitat than any other flyways we have in other continents. So that again on its own really tells us how important these flyways are. this our flyway is. And this flyway, of course, is incredibly diverse in terms of the kinds of ecosystem it harbors. If you look carefully at the different kinds of, vegetation and ecosystems across the Asian continent, from Russia to China, through Southeast Asia and into Australia, you find almost all the possible ecosystems that we can find on the planet, from tundra to tropical forests, and then back to some of the temperate forests we have on the Australian continent. But what is also particularly concerning about this flyway that we live in is that we are also in the world's most crowded flyway. This flyway has the largest human populations of all the other flyways. If you think about the number of people living in some of the major countries in our region, and you add all these numbers up, easily 1.8 to 2 billion people, or about a third of the world's population, live within the East Asian Australasian flyway, which means that there are obviously lots of other problems generated by people to wetlands, to migratory species, and to other kinds of ecosystems and species. I think this has been visited many times in the morning already, but I will just mention this again because this is such an important part of the flyway that we need to talk about and understand why we need to do more to protect it. The Yellow Sea, as you can see in this little map here on my presentation slide, marked in yellow on the map, is the bottleneck of the East Asian Australasian flyway. It sits near to the center of the flyway, which is to say that the vast majority of the migratory water birds that pass through the flyway have to, at some point, stop over in the Yellow Sea to refuel, to rest, to feed before they move on to places further south on their autumn migrations. And on their way back north during their spring migrations, a lot of our water birds, from anything from the humble spoonbill sandpiper that many of you are probably aware of, to some of the larger migratory species like dark skis, they will also again reconvene here on the Yellow Sea before they head further north into Russia, various parts of Japan and northern China. So the Yellow Sea is obviously a very, very important part of our East Asian flyway, and is one of the priority coastscapes. I like to call them coastscapes for where we should invest our resources into protecting wetlands and migratory waterbird species. I show here just a quick snapshot of some of the more prominent threatened waterbird species we've got here in the East Asian Australasian flyway that transits the Yellow Sea as a staging area on their migrations north and south. Unfortunately, as we all know too well, the science, the long-term data that we all have collected on migratory species, migratory waterbirds in this flyway, is not telling us a very piece of positive news. For those of us who have seen some of this long-term data, we can see that many species of migratory waterbirds in our flyway is in decline. You can see that many of these shorebird species, many which you are probably familiar with in your own field work, have gone through very sustained, very drastic declines in the last two or three decades. And the science also tells us that, especially among species that converges on the Yellow Sea on their migrations, these species are apparently more strongly affected the other species of shorebirds. So I think the science of decline in our flyway is clear, and there's obviously a need for us to, work harder to address the different kinds of threats that are faced by migratory birds in this flyway. But what are these threats? What are the threats causing the decline of so many of our waterbird species in this flyway? I'll quickly revisit some of these threats as mentioned, so that we are constantly reminded of the different conservation issues that we have to deal with in Asia. I think we've seen the statistics also in terms of the status and extent of our different kinds of wetland environment in our region. The statistics are not looking good. If you look at a recent study by our colleague Nick Murray and his team, who did a global analysis on the coverage of intertidal flats across the world, I think the patterns are really clear that intertidal flats are in rapid decline, and especially so here in the Far East. At the same time, other kinds of habitats are also affected. If you look at the mangrove coverage across Southeast Asia, mangroves are under threat. Lots of mangroves have already been lost to various development in the last 10-20 years, and many more areas of mangrove, as we see, will be affected in the coming years. As you can see in this map on the left side of my slide by our colleagues Richard and Price, done about 3 to 4 years ago. So shorebirds are in decline. A lot of our intertidal coastal wetland habitats are also in decline. What are the drivers of these decline? What are the threats that our wetlands and shorebirds are facing? Let's have a look at this, and I'm sure none of this is particularly unfamiliar to you. We all know too well that all across East Asia and Southeast Asia, there's rapid expansion of infrastructure and other sorts of development along the coast. You can see that in many Southeast Asian and East Asian countries, there's been very large reclamation projects. And of course, when these projects happen, to expand the amount of land we have for industries, to expand the amount of land we have for infrastructure and other sorts of land use, a lot of these critical areas of intertidal flats are lost in the process. In recent years, of course, we also witnessed, a rapid increase in the amount of wind infrastructure along the coast, and in some cases, this infrastructure could fall on wetlands that are obviously important to migratory shorebirds, as we can see at different parts of this region. So, anthropogenic land uses, land reclamation and all these different human-driven threats are one of the key threats that we face in terms of our coastal wetlands in this part of the world. But not forgetting that while wetlands are being lost across the East Asian Australasian Flyway by various human-driven threats, there are also other more complex threats that we are facing. Many of us know that invasive species are a threat to ecosystems, and here in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, in certain parts of the flyway, we have seen a problem faced by our intertidal flats as the invasive smooth cordgrass, a species that colleagues working in Korea and China are very familiar with, have smothered some of these critical areas of intertidal flats and effectively reducing the amount of habitat that can be used by our migratory waterbirds. So invasive species, in this case, smooth cordgrass, is of course another threat that we should watch out for and deal with in our ways to better protect and restore our remaining areas of intertidal wetland habitat. Not forgetting that hunting is still also a threat in our flyway. Hunting is a threat that's known across many parts of the world and has been really well studied in different ecosystems like rainforests in Africa, in South America, but it's only in recent years that we are beginning to uncover new evidence showing that a lot of our waterbird populations in this part of the world, in Southeast Asia especially, are impacted by hunting. And often this happens at very large scales and causing particular impacts to the population of many of these waterbird species. This is part of a bit of a work that BirdLife International and our partners are working on, and we hope that in the coming years we are able to get a better handle on the extent of how hunting is actually affecting many of our migratory waterbirds in this region. But obviously the emerging evidence shows that this is a very potent threat and needs to be rapidly dealt with by conservation NGOs and governments across the flyway. And of course, while I've briefly covered some of these short-term threats, as we think long-term, we also know that there are lots of synergies that these existing threats could have to interact with the broader impacts of climate change. For example, in the years to come, as we see sea levels rise, we can expect to see that many of our key areas of coastal wetlands, especially some of these sites where migratory waterbirds depend on for refueling or for wintering, are impacted by sea level rise and interacting with other kinds of threats these wetlands are already facing. Ranging from habitat loss, invasive species to other threats I've mentioned earlier on in my presentation. Put together, I think it's not too surprising for us, and in fact this has been also mentioned in Tej's presentation before the lunch break, that the East Asian Australasian Flyway is currently the most threatened of the world's migratory systems. There are more species that are in danger of extinction here in this flyway than any other flyway. I think at last count, 61 species of migratory bird species are now rate listed as either critically endangered or vulnerable. The majority of this being migratory waterbird species. So this is really cause for concern, and that we need to do more to protect these species. But of course, that's not all. While I've acknowledged some of the key threats that migratory birds and wetlands face in this region, I also need to remind everybody on the call that there's still lots of knowledge gaps that we face in terms of how we know which are the most important sites for migratory bird species in this region. I'd like to draw particular attention to a study by a colleague of mine just 2 years ago, and this study was based on satellite tracking of a threatened species of migratory shorebird called the great knot that many of you are familiar with. The great knot, of course, is a species that many of us could see on our bird watching trips to various wetlands in Thailand, in Malaysia, in China, in Korea, and wherever in the region. But the study by our friends, based on some of this excellent tracking work that has been done in Shanghai, shows that while we think we know a lot about the migration of the great knot, there's still surprisingly a lot of key information that we don't already know. For example, if you look at these white dots on the map on the right side of my slide, all these white dots are places where these great knots have migrated to that we didn't know were important to migratory birds at this point in time. So what this goes to show is that in spite of all the fieldwork, all the research that has been done in the last 10, 20 years, there's still a lot more to be learned about migratory shorebirds and wetlands in our part of the world, and that we should continue to invest our resources to better understanding the migration biology of many of these threatened species, and to build a stronger scientific base as to how we can best protect our migratory birds. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation, but I hope the messages that I'm trying to convey to the floor is clear, that we have lots of threats that wetlands and migratory birds are facing, but those threats are, of course, compounded by the fact that we don't know a lot about these wetlands. We need to build a stronger scientific base to help us to develop policy actions and management actions to protect these wetlands and the species that depend on them. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, Yoon.
Thank you, Ding Li. It was excellent presentation and also an alarming message for everyone here to understand the drivers of wetland loss and degradation, and where the gaps are in terms of knowledge of the drivers. Now, we would like to hear from a country-specific point of view. I'm very pleased to introduce our Thailand representative, Ms. Patama Dumlongfo. She is a Senior Environmental Officer of Office of Natural Resources and Environmental Policy and Planning under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. Ms. Patama will present the Thailand's implementation on the conservation of migratory birds. Ms. Patama Dumlongfo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Swadee ka. My name is Patama Dumlongpon, Environmental Official, Biodiversity Division, Office of Natural Resources and Environmental Policy and Planning, or in short, it's ONEP. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to give a talk on behalf of my boss, Dr. Jitanan Virayut, the Director of Biodiversity Division, on Thailand experiences on the implementation and the conservation of migratory birds. Now, please let me begin with my talk with this first slide. Thailand is among the developing member countries to develop our own National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, or NBSAP in short, as the blueprint for ecosystem and biodiversity management. The NBSAP has been drafted in accordance with the National Strategic Plan, the National Economic and Social Development Plan. It also has been drafted in line with the global SDGs. I can say that the National Wetland Management Policy, including National Migratory Birds Management Plan, and also as well as driving compliance operations, are also embedded within the NBSAP because it has reiterated the importance of wetland ecosystems, both in terms of the number of projects and activities related to wetlands. As you can see in the map, Thailand has been the government partners to the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership. And as a partner, we have been working to nominate wetlands that are important for migratory birds as flyway network sites. You can see in the map of Thailand here, the red dot represent the 15 wetlands in Thailand that were enlisted as wetland of international importance, or Ramsar site, by the Ramsar Convention. We also have additional 69 sites. Let me see, the 69 sites is the green dots on the map. Those were identified as wetlands of international importance by Thailand's National Wetland Inventory While 47 wetlands are found to be national importance, we also have nearly 20,000 sites which were noted as wetlands of local importance and wetlands in need for protection and rehabilitation. However, effectiveness in management of these wetlands has not been systematically evaluated at all levels. Therefore, reviews on management tools and mechanisms, as well as on assessment of wetlands, are crucial to enhance effectiveness nationwide. This one is just like to show you the pictures of our fabulous 15 Ramsar sites. And if not because of the tiny Omicron, this area will be occupied with many tourists because this is the prime time of the year, I guess. Like I mentioned before, Thailand has been the government partner to the EAAFP. And as a partner, we have been implementing activities and programs in accordance with the EAAFP partnership 2019 to 2028 strategic plan. As you can see here, we propose Krabi estuary in Krabi province, which is in the southern part of Thailand, Khok Kham and Ban Pak Thale, Lam Pak Bia in Phetchaburi province to be a part of migratory bird conservation. And this is 3 sites that I mentioned before. The Khok Kham in the Gulf of Thailand, and also the Pak Thale is in the inner Gulf. In the area is in the Gulf of Thailand, while Krabi Bay is located at the southern part of Thailand. The coastal wetland management in Thailand, which I would like to share with you, mostly in the southern part of Thailand and the area of in the Gulf of Thailand are coastal wetlands. And Thailand has adopted the concept of the ecosystem-based approach for the sustainable use and management of marine and coastal resources. A number of measures and operational programs have been implemented in order to eliminate threats, reduce anthropogenic impacts, as well as strengthen the ecological resilience of marine and coastal ecosystems. The programs that I mentioned included declaration of more conserved and reserved marine and coastal areas, the promotion of management effectiveness for the existing protected area, which also includes strengthening strict law enforcement, monitoring and surveillance of illegal practices. We also restore degraded marine and coastal habitats and has established an improvement of fishing measures to be in line with responsible fishery. Also, we promote environmental and ecological friendly maritime activities, and we apply marine spatial planning as an integral part of marine and coastal zone management. And of course, stakeholder participation and partnerships are considered as a key to success and to be assigned for involvement as appropriate in the course of action for each implementing program. Now, please let me share with you the success story. I'm sorry, I will skip this one. Please let me share with you the success story of the project called Conserving Habitats for Globally Important Flora and Fauna in Production Landscapes, which were initiated under the cooperation between UNDP, IUCN, the CPO, the Zoological Park Organization, Thailand, with the support from the JEF. The aim of the project is to promote conservation and biodiversity of globally important fauna and fauna species through developing local habitat management in Thailand for 2 important species, 2 bird species, which is Eastern Saurus crane and spoonbill sandpiper. And also we have the flora, which is water onion. I could simply say that the project has received strong cooperation between agencies and stakeholders at all levels. I will share with you only the case of spoonbill sandpipers. You know that the little tiny birds fly thousands of miles to Thailand in Koh Kham salt farming almost every year. And the community which the birds stay located in the coastal province of Samut Sakhon and Ban Pak Thale in Phetchaburi province, which I mentioned before. The mud flats in Koh Kham salt farming community, I can say that it's a Michelin 3-star restaurant with exceptional cuisine that is worth a special journey for spoonbill sandpipers and over 50 species of shorebirds. And it is the salt farming method and process that have created ecosystems suitable for feeding and habitats for migratory shorebirds, including spoonbill sandpipers coming to the area every year. It's starting from October to April. And unfortunately, right now, there are just around 28 salt farms left. So if salt farms disappear, it will be difficult to see the shorebirds, including spoonbill sandpipers, come back to Koh Kham community. And from this project, I can say that coexistence between salt farmers and spoonbill sandpipers and also other shorebirds are the theme for Koh Kham Bird Conservation and Learning Center, which showcasing how salt farmers and spoonbill sandpipers can coexist. And from this project, we have collected and summarized the existing successful case studies for coastal management, migratory birds conservation, and sustainable development, hoping that the outcome of the project will be replicated and also upscaled the best practices and lessons learned to save the resources and add their values. This project also promoted marketing of the salt products through the e-commerce training to the salt farmers, and also coordinating events such as bird watching festival to highlight their salt products. Now the Koh Kham female group can earn income from selling various salt products, including the salt flowers. The salt flower is very nice. It's the salt in the farms as a thin, delicate crust on the seawater. And as the seawater evaporated, this delicate, tiny little piece will be floating. And from this project, the outcome of output from the project also like this. It also database and GIS program for monitoring, because for the preparation and updating bird data and survey and bird monitoring that have undertaken by site manager team, local bird expert, and nature conservation club, data will be collected, synthesized, and applied in GIS program. And because the Inner Gulf of Thailand is internationally renowned as a prime spot for migratory shorebirds, including spoonbill sandpiper, the research and study on ecosystems suitable for these birds are still very limited, as the population of these birds are decreasing fast. So researchers need scientific-based information that may contribute to their survival. You can see here that several meetings and workshops were conducted to discuss and share experiences among wetland site manager network, National Wetland Committee, and national and international NGOs, and also other line agency, which is Department of National Park, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, and also the ONEP itself as the Flyway National Focal Point. One of the important output from the project is the database of flora and fauna, which is nearly, the status is nearly extincted. You can see right here, we have both flora and fauna under this database. The important outcome, one of the important outcome of this project is also the establishment of the conservation center, because the inner Gulf of Thailand is a must for everyone, for anyone wishing to see this bird for the first time, because of its easy accessibility from Bangkok, and also frequent records of the spoonbill sandpiper regularly disseminated through social media. So transferring knowledge and local wisdom while developing alternatives for income generation can help preserve the traditional way, salt farming and migratory birds. And also habitat rehabilitation plus cooperation with salt farmers and also local residents in the focus communities to improve deserted shrimp farms to become habitats for migratory birds, while local salt farmers can contribute harvesting and earn a living in the wetlands product development and ecotourism promotion. This approach will enable youth and also younger generations to aware of the importance of salt farming and alternative ways to generate income while preserving their ancestor occupation. This one, I've shown you the Pak Thale, which is a coastal area dominated by salt, also by salt cans, which is of international importance of migratory shorebirds, as I mentioned before. The area, the part of the Pak Thale, Lam Pak Pia flyway site has been recognized as a priority site on the East Asian Australasian Flyway as a regular wintering site and also migration passage of several globally threatened species, most notably the critical endangered spoonbill sandpiper. Pak Thale is also part of the inner Gulf of Thailand important bird area as recognized by BirdLife International, and the most important area in Thailand for coastal shorebirds in terms of abundance and diversity. It is also recognized as a priority site on the EAAFP as a regularly wintering site and migration passage of several globally threatened species. The area of Pak Thale site is about 50 hectares and hosts over 7,000 water birds during their northern hemisphere winter. It's comprising 50 species, including several globally threatened migratory birds, which are also recorded in Japan, such as critical endangered spoonbill sandpiper and endangered great knot. I would like to thank Bird Society of Thailand for the support and for providing us these slides. The BSCT has undertaken excellent bird counting and bird monitoring in Pak Thale area. These are 6 survey sites which the BSCT has done the survey, and the survey result is right here. You can see that total 57 species of water bird were observed. This includes spoonbill sandpiper, great knot, spot green shank, Chinese egret, and also almost 10 near threatened species also recorded. And these are top 5 most abundant species. Yes, I just like to mention a little bit about this one because as I mentioned before, Thailand has been implementing activities and programs in accordance with the EAAFP Partnership Strategic Plan. And this project, Base Management Practices for Bird Conservation, is one of the examples. We have come up with a pilot site that has the potential for studying a huge diversity of both resident and migratory birds. And the site that we have selected is home to the Alexandrine parakeet, which is listed as the near threatened by IUCN. And because of its steep population decline due to the habitat loss, persecution and excessive capture to cater to the demand of the illegal wildlife trade. This bird is listed, I'm sorry, and from this project, we have expected that we can replicate and upscale the best practices and lesson learned to other similar sites all over Thailand. And for the future implementation, we will not only focus on protecting habitats of important species found in protected area, but also in other effective area like OECMs and also production landscapes, including utilizing specific land use plans to conserve habitats of native plant species, migratory birds, and wetland of local importance. And of course, the integrated participation, greater use of technical knowledge, and establishing linkage between migratory birds and other economic, social, and environmental agendas, as well as policy and developments are crucial. We also have been trying to integrate migratory birds conservation with the related issues in the supply chains of various sectors, including agriculture, fishery, energy, and tourism sectors, as well as that of infrastructure development. We are currently conduct the revise of law enforcement, particularly for future adopt legislation and biodiversity law. We also promoting synergy and cooperation among conventions and MEA, especially the CBD, the UNCCC, and also the Convention on the Protection of Cultural and Natural World Heritage Sites. And I think keeping up with the emerging issues such as pandemic, high ecological importance of the coastal and marine areas, and the issue of ABS is crucial. So that's conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Domlongfo. It was very informative snapshot of implementation state of conservation projects in Thailand. And I know today is national holiday in Thailand. We truly appreciate for taking your holiday time to attend this workshop and give this important presentation. To everyone here now, we would like to proceed the Q&A session. We are running a bit like 5 minutes behind of time, but please use the hand raising button under the Zoom sidebar if you have any questions. We will raise questions from the floor and also the chat box. Does anyone have questions from the floor? I see none. Okay, there is a question from Thomas Avon from WWT from the chat box. Thomas, would you like to raise the question? Thomas, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned, thank you very much for all of the excellent examples and overviews this morning. There were some really nice examples of very integrated projects like the North Manila Bay Landscape Project, which have got multiple interventions within one site. My question was, would it be possible within this program to develop landscape level, potentially multi-country interventions that would benefit multiple protected areas? An example I would think of would be a sustainable agriculture project that may benefit multiple protected areas in Cambodia and Vietnam, perhaps in the lower Mekong Delta. And sometimes with the level of funding available through this project and sometimes the scale of intervention that's required in these vast landscapes like the Mekong Delta and the similar nature of an approach that's required at that kind of sustainable landscape level, I wonder if this program would benefit those kind of large scale projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I see also Gary raised a hand. Gary?
Yeah, I'm happy to do a first response to that, but maybe Duncan could also respond as well. Thanks, Thomas. That's a good question, and one it's actually something we've been thinking about quite a lot. But at this point, we don't have a great answer to the question. I think the approach we're taking at this point is to go down to the level of site scale in terms of identifying the priorities and the actions that can be undertaken on the ground. But I think it's going to depend upon the country and the specific sites and the circumstances of potential loan frameworks. There's recently been a very nice ADB multi-site project on wetlands and climate change in Cambodia. I think it was about $500 million in scale, which does bring together a portfolio of sites. You know, if we can make something like that as a framework work in the context of this, that will be great. But that, I think the answer to that question lies a bit further down the line once we've got the individual sites and understood the threats at site level, and then we might be able to package things later, depending on the country circumstances. But both Doug and Duncan might want to comment further on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Duncan, would you like to share a few words?
Sure. So yeah, I think Gary is absolutely right. We would have to kind of work this out later down the line. But I do think that the way, so we would like probably to work on a programmatic approach, which would mean that we would have kind of a structure of developing projects over time. But I think we would try and do some certainly kind of clusters, so that we would try and deliver, you know, in particular areas at a scale that is meaningful. But also, I think it's important we sort of kind of go back to the beginning of where we came from at the beginning of this whole initiative, and one of our key anchors, which is the strategic plan from the Flyway Partnership. And one of the things that we always set out to do is try and build this coherent network. So certainly, Thomas, our thinking would always be that we would try and have these interventions, these investments at a kind of flyway scale, but there would be, you know, they could be multi geographies, multi countries, and, you know, transboundary areas potentially. It would really just depend on where the priority sites were, but certainly the idea would be to build the portfolio of all these priority sites that would fit into this goal to build that coherent network. But I think certainly for us, from a programmatic perspective, doing it on a kind of clustered basis, and also doing it in you know, with batches of projects within a country, so that you could say, right, we've got 5 sites within this country and we will do them on a programmatic basis, would certainly be more efficient for ADB, I would think. So that would be a way we would probably like to go. Let me stop there. I don't know if Doug has got anything to maybe add on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan.
Yes.
Yes, Doug.
Me? So I think what you're really talking about, Thomas, is some of the, if you like, the shorter distant migrants, some of the adjutants and the storks in Southeast Asia, which are moving between the countries in response to wetland condition, and which need a landscape approach to them. So that's one example, and the broader example that was talked about was a flyway level one with our big Arctic breeding birds. So we do recognise there's 2 scales of these sorts of movements happening, so it does need to be looked at, but it's really a case of, I think, getting some of the big scale, the flyway level scale ones happening first, and looking some more in Southeast Asia about these birds which are shared across countries and which are responding to wetland condition as opposed to a seasonal condition. But there's definitely a group of water birds there that need better coordination on the landscape scale.
Thank you, Doug. All right. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave in a chat box or email us BirdLife ADB and EFP. We will compile all the questions and share with the organizations separately. So without further ado, I think we should move on to the next presentation. So I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Kate Hughes, the Senior Climate Change Specialist from Asian Development Bank. Ms. Hughes would speak on the Regional Fly Initiative and ADB's developing member countries' international commitments, focusing on the Paris Agreement. Ms. Hughes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. It's really good to be part of this workshop. So I've been invited to talk briefly on some of the opportunities we see for the RFI and the links to and supporting delivery of international climate commitments, specifically those under the Paris Agreement. So at ADB, I look after a lot of our climate policy work. So our NDC Advance, which is our NDC support platform, as well as work on long-term strategies, work on just transition, and lots of different aspects of climate policy. So I was just going to talk for a few minutes on potential links between the two areas. So I think firstly, just maybe to talk a little bit about the evolution of nationally determined contributions, as well as the evolution that we're seeing in broader climate policy, to provide some context around some of the opportunity examples. So I think many of you are familiar with the Paris Agreement and nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, but for those that aren't, nationally determined contributions are really the operational mechanism of the Paris Agreement. So in their NDCs, countries outline their commitments towards achieving the Paris Agreement goals. So that means their greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, priority policies, measures, actions to build resilience and adapt to climate change, and all the activities that they will want to undertake to contribute to the Paris Agreement. So they are nationally determined and they reflect each country's national circumstances. And this bottom-up self-determined approach is really core to the Paris Agreement. So as part of the way that the Paris Agreement was set up, the NDCs are revised every 5 years along the lines of collectively, globally, increasing collective ambition to get closer to the Paris Agreement goals. So with that process, we've really seen an evolution of NDCs as well as other climate policies from first generation to what we could call second generation, which I think relates to initiatives like the RFI and the idea of broadening climate action beyond the maybe traditionally thought of sectors like energy and transport, and looking for broader opportunities. Some of the changes or trends we've seen in terms of that expansion is this change in mindset and the growing awareness that in order to address climate change, we're looking at whole of economy transitions towards net zero, and also this concept that building resilience across all dimensions of resilience, so economic, social, climate, really needs to be at the core and at a systems level thinking. And as countries try to expand the ambition and revise their NDCs, there is this shift towards, firstly on the mitigation side, towards mitigation opportunities in the harder to abate sectors, or those sectors that were not initially targeted as the more low-hanging fruit for greenhouse gas emission mitigation. So, that includes sectors relevant to the RFI, like the land use sector, agriculture, and those sectors where it could be more challenging or costly initially to look for opportunities to reduce emissions. With the evolution of NDCs, we've also seen much greater inclusion of adaptation. So more NDCs as they're revised include more adaptation actions and elevate the importance of it as part of the national climate policy. And with that, we see the kind of deeper understanding and links to other agendas. So that includes other climate policy agendas like national adaptation plans or disaster risk reduction plans, but also other agendas like the Sustainable Development Goals, and a greater understanding of the mutual benefits and of aligning these agendas and getting these policy actions and a variety of different projects and programs to work together. So really, you know, to sum it up, I think the conversation, you can definitely see a shift, and at the recent COP26 climate summit, you could definitely see the shift to talking about climate informed development, not just about tackling climate change, but about mainstreaming climate into all activities and projects that we do. However, you know, although we've seen this shift, we still face a lot of challenges. So I think the two probably biggest challenges from a mitigation side, we know that the level of ambition is not enough. So in the current round of nationally determined contributions, the UN did a synthesis report ahead of COP26, and even and the pledges in current NDCs will get us to around 2.5 degrees. And some initial analysis that was done at the recent COP26 climate conference around additional announcements, so net zero commitments, and that say even if all those pledges are implemented, we will get to around 1.8 degrees. So there's still a challenge there for us to look for new opportunities and new ways to incentivize climate action, and new ways to look for opportunities to pursue climate action that also has co-benefits and perhaps makes the opportunities more attractive and more feasible to do. And the second biggest challenge is around implementation. So even as countries step forward and make these commitments, they are high level, a lot of them in NDCs, a little less in NAPs, in NAPs, adaptation plans, but still relatively high level. So there's that challenge of how you translate those high level commitments into plans, how you develop project pipelines, how you identify projects, and crucially, how you start linking finance and aligning finance with those national goals and those climate objectives. And I think this concept of co-benefits and looking for innovative ways to maximize the outputs that you can get from a project is where we need to go to look for increasing climate action, and perhaps where that link comes in. So specifically on wetlands and roles in the NDCs. So in the initial NDCs, wetlands weren't really featured prominently. But as I said, as countries are looking to enhance and looking to raise ambition by finding new ways, we have seen them start to come into NDCs and start for countries to understand how potential wetlands projects could mutually support their national climate objectives. I think one, as I mentioned a few times, this understanding of co-benefits, so protecting vulnerable communities from floods or improving water quality, habitats for local species, can help to increase the feasibility of them from a climate perspective, and looking for this triple win opportunity of reducing carbon emissions, avoiding future emissions, and building resilience of ecosystem services. But to do this, what we really need to look for is opportunities for cross-sectoral collaboration. So bringing together stakeholders that work on all these different agendas, and looking for opportunities to jointly pursue or identify projects that can meet the various stakeholders' objectives. I think specifically from a wetlands point of view, one of the challenges is around understanding their relationship to climate change and understanding how they can contribute to climate action. So from a mitigation point of view, I know one of the challenges has been around carbon stocks and understanding what the mitigation impact of projects in wetlands could be, and how we support analysis and assessment and capacity building around that area of understanding carbon stocks. Also understanding how they can contribute to resilience, such as opportunities for nature-based solutions or adaptation, and how that can assist to enhance the wetlands, but also protect against future potential climate and disaster shocks. There are additional mechanisms within the UNFCCC or the climate change space where there could be opportunities for wetlands or coastal blue carbon ecosystem type projects to be included in climate policies. So REDD+, which is the reducing emissions from deforestation mechanism, or NAMAs, which are national mitigation actions. So there's various frameworks where these could be brought in, and where we could start to conceptualize more wetlands or coastal resilience projects. So traditionally, those mechanisms are focused more on terrestrial forest projects, but there is room to include saltwater and freshwater wetlands if projects can be developed to demonstrate the effectiveness of wetlands, particularly for emission reductions. So that's, I guess, on a theoretical level, just to highlight some examples of some NDCs. So we did have a look through some NDCs to identify some wetlands or relevant projects to start to help participants think about how this could work in practice. Some examples that we have from the region. So Bhutan in its second NDC, so that means it's revised its NDC to the second one. It aims specifically to conduct wetland assessments for understanding organic carbon content in order to launch its own conservation program. And that's part of the overall forest conservation mitigation targets of the country. So it specifically looked to do that assessment to understand the carbon content to be able to include the mitigation potential. In Laos, in the updated NDC, so it aims for long-term adaptation in water resources management, and that's through management of surface water, groundwater, but also wetlands, climate change resilience. And as part of that, a climate risk and vulnerability assessment was conducted for 2 wetland sites. So Laos obviously recognizing that it wanted to include it in its NDC, has done some of the assessment required to enable that to be included. In Nepal, in its NDC, specifies that it will create an inventory of wetlands in order to sustainably manage them, and that will contribute to their aim of, by 2025, enhancing the sink capacity of the land use sector under what they've nominated as the Forest Development Fund. So they have brought in the potential of wetlands and sustainable management of wetlands as part of their land use conservation sector. And another example in Sri Lanka, in the updated NDC, it specifies that they aim to prepare maps indicating terrestrial wetland landscapes, coastal and marine areas, such as mangroves, seagrass beds, fog interception areas, and that they have an objective in there of restoring at least 25% of degraded terrestrial and wetland landscapes by 2030. So that's just a few examples of countries that have included them. There is potential for more, and I think that this initiative such as the RFI give a good opportunity to try to look for how we can bring together these objectives, these agendas, and and mutually achieve objectives. So I will stop there. Sorry about the no presentation, but thank you again for having me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hughes, for your nice presentation without the presentation material. And sorry for the technical glitch about the screen sharing. But if you allowed, we will share your presentation material with all the participants after the workshop. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Yu Bom-sik. He is the Senior Advisor for Asia and Oceania at Ramsar Convention Secretariat. Dr. Yu will share Ramsar's views on how this regional flyway initiative can help Ramsar Convention contracting parties to fulfill their commitments and address sustainable development goals. Dr. Yu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's good morning here in Switzerland. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to see that ADB has partnered with the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, which is a Ramsar regional initiative, and the BirdLife International, which is an IOP of the convention, to launch this meaningful initiative for wetlands along the key migratory routes for birds in East Asia. As the Secretariat of the Convention of Wetlands, we're thrilled that it seeks to support 10 or probably more contracting parties of the convention in this region to protect wetlands, including the Ramsar sites, and support livelihood of people and the protection of migratory birds. Ms. Hughes, our previous speakers, highlighted how these initiatives supports the countries of the region in implementing the Paris Agreement. I would like to talk about how this initiative supports the contracting parties of for the Convention of the Wetlands and fulfill its commitments under the Convention, and also support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal. And of course, we heard how this initiative is a unique initiative for ADB and a new approach to how the bank operates. And perhaps it's a little bit similar to the Convention of Wetlands, which celebrates 50-year anniversary this year. When the first 18 countries who signed the Ramsar Convention in a small Iranian town of Ramsar in February 2nd, 1971, it was very new and it was very ambitious. It was the first convention of its kind seeking to conserve natural resources on a global scale, and it is still the only convention focused on one ecosystem, which is the wetlands. That 18 countries has now grown to be 172 contracting parties, which is almost near universal membership. It has over 2,400 designated wetlands of international importance, covering over 2.5 million square meters, making the convention steward of the world's largest network of protected areas. So if you looking back, the signature of the convention was not only important for wetlands, but also for the environment movement globally. There was a huge increase in environmental awareness when the convention was first developed and signed. Much of the philosophy behind the convention, including the need for network of protected areas, has been adopted to other international arrangements like the World Heritage and probably many others. And the convention also started with the initial focus on migratory water birds, but the convention gradually developed and implemented to the wise use based on ecosystem approach, identified critical contribution of wetlands to human well-being and inclusive economic growth. And I'm sure this regional flyway initiative will grow and become an important financing mechanism for sustainable development of the region, and perhaps a benchmarking financing mechanism for other regional banks to follow. And I'm really hoping that it grows to that level. I know many of the speakers today have pointed out the importance of wetlands and why wetlands is so important in meeting the commitments of the Ramsar Convention for other multilateral environment agreements as well as SDGs. Wise use of wetlands contribute directly or indirectly to 75 SDG indicators, not just on SDG 6 and 14 on water and ocean, but on SDG 13 on climate change, SDG 15 life on land, SDG 8 economic growth, 9 infrastructure, 11 sustainable cities and communities. Wetlands provide water for human consumption and agriculture. Almost all our fresh water is drawn from wetlands. Wetlands are the Earth's, as Ms. Hughes pointed out, a natural carbon storage. They're vital to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Most wetlands are efficient, sequestering carbon dioxide and thus provide long-term carbon sinks like peatlands, salt marshes, seagrass, and mangroves. And they provide the largest terrestrial long-term carbon storage. As Ms. Hughes pointed out, many countries in this region have included this in their NDCs, and our research shows that around 30% of the countries have included wetlands in their NDC. So there's a lot more room for this wetlands to be part of the NDCs in meeting the commitments under the UNFCCC. But if it's not just UNFCCC, wetlands help to mitigate against droughts, floods, protects communities in the coastal areas, and they harbor the biggest part of global biodiversity, which is 40% of the global species. But even despite the benefits and the values that these wetlands provide, human draining and destruction of wetlands ecosystem has been accelerating since the 19th century. And we just have not been able to slow this down. Wetlands continue to be lost at an alarming rate. 2/3 of the global wetlands have been lost since 1970. And this is 3 times faster than forest. For these reasons, if we are to meet the climate goals, the biodiversity targets, and sustainable development goals, financing ecosystem restoration for wetlands must be central pillar for climate financing and sustainable development financing. The UN Environment Programme State of Finance for Nature report stressed that annual investments in nature need to be tripled by 2030 to successfully tackle the interlinked climate, biodiversity, and land degradation crisis. We still need more pilot projects, as pointed out by Ms. Hughes, to demonstrate how protection and restoration of wetlands generate these multiple benefits, including climate benefits. And it must not come from just public finance alone, but we need to mobilize public and private finance. And this is exactly what this RFI is trying to do. And I believe RFI is very timely and crucial for sustainable development of this fast-growing region of the world. Our conventional wetlands, we receive national reports from the contracting parties, and we do global implementation assessments. The last one was done in COP13 in 2018. And we identified what are the success stories and what are also the key challenges. And the key challenges in implementing was identified as a lack of international financial support for wetland protection. Number of parties that have received financial assistance from international bodies have continued to decrease from 51% in 2008 to 40% in 2018. We're hoping that this changes in COP14 when we do another global implementation assessments. For this reason, I hope RFI is a success story that showcase the many benefits of financing the wise use of wetlands. And I hope that it can be replicated to other regions of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yu. All right, so we have 2 more presentations lined up before we go on our Q&A sessions. So let me invite the next speaker. The next speaker is Ms. Lenke Balint, Head of Partnership, Capacity, and Communities Department at BirdLife International. Ms. Lenke will deliver a presentation of assessing regional capacity needs for wetland conservation and the way forward. Over to you, Lenke.
Hi there, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Lenke Balint. I work with my colleagues that you have met already this morning, primarily with Gary Alport and then with Dingley in the BirdLife Secretariat. I'm based in Cambridge, and within this regional flyway initiative, I've been asked to assist a bit with understanding the capacity needs for wetland conservation in the East Asian Australasian flyway. And I'm going to be talking a bit about that today. You will have heard quite a lot already about this flyway. It stretches all the way from the Russian Far East to Alaska, and then sort of southwards to East Asia and Southeast Asia. And it encompasses 22 countries and is home to 50 million migratory waterbirds. So it's quite a complex region. So the protection of these many species, many of which are sort of globally threatened as well, is essentially the reason for which the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership exists. And sort of BirdLife International is a founding member of this. And within the EFP's recent strategic plan, it's explicitly acknowledged that capacity building, especially of those who are natural resource managers, decision makers, and local stakeholders in the flyway is really, really important. And so it's important to understand the strengths and weaknesses across the flyways and allow sort of the integration of these capacity building activities into conservation action in order to ensure the long-term effectiveness and sustainability of actions here. But of course, we have to recognize how complex this picture is. The different scales, the different actors, as well as the different national and regional contexts will have a lot of influence, as well as obviously the status and the designation of the priority sites, which you will be hearing a lot of on the course of today and tomorrow. So I just want to talk a bit about our experience with building capacity as BirdLife. We represent essentially the largest partnership of civil society organizations in the world. We're present in 115 countries, including in many of those, including in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. And we're usually represented by one national organization per country. So in a very simplistic way, as this sort of graph shows, partners work essentially at multiple levels in their own countries, including with local-based stakeholders, such as local communities, as well as with national institutions, such as governments. And the BirdLife Secretariat essentially supports the national partners in areas such as scientific research, data collection, and analysis, which helps essentially set our priorities at a national level. But we also are very active in providing technical and organizational capacity support and resources to our national partners. And essentially our capacity building approach is based around, grouped maybe in sort of three priority areas. In short, we ensure that the BirdLife partnership is expanded in all priority countries for biodiversity. We also provide customized technical and financial support to our national partners and facilitate peer-to-peer collaboration within the network. We also work at the level of individual capacity building and work beyond the boundaries of our national partners as well, with local organizations, local communities, and site-based groups to champion our conservation goals. And we do this with what we think is a rather sophisticated tool. We evaluate our partnership performance and capacity at regular intervals. we use something called our quality assurance system, which essentially assesses our partners' conservation and organizational effectiveness every 3 years. And this, the result of this assessment essentially informs our priorities in terms of channeling financial and technical support to our national partners. It also informs our training needs. And along the years, we have developed a number of training tools on a range of topics, ranging from governance, strategic planning, HR, project management, quite a lot of topics. And one sort of prominent example is also supporting our national partners engage in working effectively with national governments and other stakeholders as well that impact biodiversity decision making. We also work at or help our national partners assess site level capacity quite regularly. And this range of work is especially focused on how to integrate rights and social issues in conservation. We've developed a tool called Intrinsic with a number of other Cambridge-based conservation organizations, which is sort of a flexible training package covering the assessment and integration of these issues at site level. Then we also work outside of the boundaries of our partnership, and we support local and national civil society organizations through platforms such as Capacity for Conservation, which is essentially a huge library of free online resources for self-guided assessment and training tools, and it's accessible everywhere in the world. But back to the task at hand, we have been essentially asked to, in this Regional Flyway initiative, to take a look at a capacity assessment which is linked to Output 1 in our technical assistance contract with ADB. And we have been asked essentially to design and undertake a training needs assessment in consultation with the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership to describe the major knowledge and capacity gaps hindering improved wetland management and protection, as well as recommend an action plan to fill these gaps. Now, as such, we believe that this output should be very much linked and embedded in the current East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership strategy, as I mentioned in the beginning. And in this, the capacity building especially of resource managers, decision makers, and local stakeholders is recognized as a priority need. And the strategy essentially calls for promoting the range of existing tools and supporting site managers as well as working with different site users such as corporates to deliver better conservation outcomes along the flyway. Now, in terms of how we would get started, I guess this is still sort of very much up for discussion and a key reason for why we're running these breakout groups and discussions as well after our presentations are over, and we're going to be exploring these questions in sort of in smaller groups, especially looking at what we already know in terms of gaps in research, management planning, financial gaps, and so on. I guess from our perspective, one very important step will be to understand the range of different stakeholders that are involved, especially at the level of ministries and at the site level. Obviously, once these priority sites within the initiative have been identified. And I guess then sort of the next step would be to start developing a needs assessment framework. Now, I have to really stress here that this very much depends and it very much needs to be building on previous experience and existing regional expertise, and we will be hearing more about this after my presentation as well, to help us catalog essentially these ongoing initiatives and activities within the region. And I'm expecting that the assessment framework essentially will probably look at two different levels at least. On the one hand, understanding the institutional capacity gaps, at the level of ministries, and then on the other hand, looking at site level capacity once the prioritization of these sites has been finalized within this initiative. And finally, yes, I'm just going to essentially reiterate that we would very much like to hear from you and from your experiences on sort of similar or ongoing initiatives, and encourage you to share any information, tools, and sort of ongoing work with us, so that we can better build up this picture as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenke. It was excellent presentation. Now we have one more presentation left. The next speaker is Mr. Norman Emmanuel Ramirez, the Program Officer from Ramsar Regional Center, East Asia. Mr. Ramirez will present on the work of the Ramsar Regional Center, East Asia, and understanding capacity gaps and needs from wetland site managers. Mr. Ramirez, are you there? Yes.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yun. And before I start my presentation, please allow me to give thanks to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share our experience with regard to the capacity building needs in the region. So let me start my presentation by sharing with you the outline. I'll start with my short presentation will start with what our organization is all about, the program, the basis for priority training needs, the challenges in capacity building, and some recommendations. The Ramsar Regional Center East Asia, or RCEA, is one of the regional initiatives formally recognized by the Ramsar Convention. As Dr. Yu mentioned a while ago, it's simply referred to as Ramsar Regional Initiative, or RRI. It was established through the initiative of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, and our mandates are focused on providing support of serving as a regional platform for capacity building, information exchange, as well as promoting cooperation among the different wetland stakeholders in the region. When we refer to the region, our area of operations cover the Ramsar contracting parties in East, Southeast, and South Asia. Our program is anchored on the SIPA principles as espoused in the Ramsar Convention, and it is one of the components of SIPA: communication, capacity building, education, participation, and awareness. And mainly we focus by providing training support to the Ramsar contracting parties. And our topics align with the annual World Wetlands Day theme, and as well as the priority training needs of the countries. We deliver trainings at 3 different levels. First, at the regional level, focusing on the 18 Ramsar contracting parties in East, Southeast, and South Asia. Sub-regional, focusing on transboundary wetlands. At the moment, we deal with the Yellow West Sea, Lower Mekong River, and Bay of Bengal. But also, when we refer to a sub-regional, also looking at the sub-regions and with the Ramsar contracting parties. National level, we promote the use of the local language, especially that we would like the site managers to maximize the use of the tools and approaches, and also maximize their understanding. And through national trainings, we also validate what their priority training needs are. The basis for the capacity building needs are the following. So Ramsar Strategic Plan, the Ramsar SIPA program, the RCEA Strategic Plan, national reports, and also we pick up from workshop outputs. Just to share the process, how we have developed the strategic plan, because from here we were able to identify the priority training needs. Information has been derived from the national reports to Ramsar COP12. It has been quite a while. Fortunately, all national reports during the time were submitted by the member countries. Back then it was only 17, not excluding the recent member, North Korea. And part of the analysis looked at the 74 selected national report indicator questions, which are applicable to all the Ramsar contracting parties. Recommendation that came up from the study was for us to align the training and capacity building support with the implementation gaps, the difficulties, and the future priorities as mentioned by the contracting parties. And here are the priority topics. This was classified according to priority. But first, let me mention the recommended actions. First, you'll see here the green column states that the target capacity building and training on. The light yellow-green would be to continue training on the following topics, but the orange block would recommend the reduce or suspend the providing support on the following topics. So going back to the previous slide, the ones identified during the time 2017, the high priority would be, you can see the activities or the topics. So that includes invasive species control, removal of perverse incentives, SIP action plans, and the like. Some of the challenges that we have encountered are the following. Language barrier. As you know, here in Asia, English is not the native language. So we have diverse languages. So really it's quite difficult to get a common understanding of the issues. The frequent changing of management in the sites. There's no continuity in terms of the those being trained. Lack of experts on specific topics, especially the new ones. Lack of financial resources to implement capacity building activities. These are not applicable to all, because for some countries they have enough, but others will need more help. Lack or weak policy support. Our recommendations include developing training or reference materials that can be easily translated into other languages to address the language barrier. We recommend that these materials should not be voluminous. The language should be easily understood, and just to make sure that the translations are correct, we seek assistance from the national STRP focal points to check on the contents. And also we ask help from the national SIPA focal points to disseminate these materials. So I would just like to share one example of what we have done in terms of the translation. We were able to translate the English version of the Rapid Assessment of Wetland Ecosystem Services, the Practitioner's Guide, into 9 languages. So from the countries of Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Korea, Laos, PDR, Mongolia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Vietnam. Somehow, this really helped the site managers. Other recommendations include to ensure consistent delivery of this training support, just so they won't forget, and also to address the changing management, make sure that regardless if the people change, the transport is still provided for the benefit of the site. Build the pool of experts through training of trainers, like multipliers, mobilize resources by establishing and strengthening partnerships with the academe and with the business organizations, promote the use of available tools and approaches that aim to assist in wetland management, and monitor and update the list of priority capacity building needs, especially when part of monitoring is, like for us, the list of training needs or even the strategic plan or the RSA capacity building program is a living document. So we make sure that we are updated with new and emerging issues. Like now we have shifted to or gave more attention to disaster risk reduction or nature-based solutions. And we keep an eye on those developments and listen to the site managers as well. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Now, all the presentation of the session 1 is finished. Now we will have a very short Q&A sessions before a tea break. I would like to ask if there is any question from the floor.
I think there's a comment by Duncan on nationally determined contributions.
Okay.
But it's more of a comment than a question, yeah.
Yes, Duncan, would you like to share your thoughts about this? Gary, yes, your hand is up. Gary, over to you.
Thanks, you. A comment as much as a question, and a kind of a question to everyone who's on the call. So I thought that those are very interesting presentations. Thanks, everyone. And looking forward to the next session on training, but I was particularly interested in the first two. What Kate had to say, and also the context for Ramsar for some of these thinkings. My feeling is that we're at a really interesting point with what Kate explained following the UNFCCC COP and the national determined contributions. Some of the NDCs, as she explained, have got wetlands included in these, and it sounds as though at a national level there are a number of countries that are kind of trying to find a way of including what seems to be quite obviously important, which is wetland carbon, but nobody's quite figured out how to do that. What would be great would be the governmental representatives that are on the call today, and indeed anyone else, who have been involved in any of those discussions and or know their NDCs, would be prepared to either comment or follow up and point us to any obvious linkages that they see that might be suitable for us to build upon as we move forward with the sites that we're identifying in the context of this program, because it would be really fantastic to find perhaps a subset of 2 or 3 countries maybe where we've got sites that we've identified as priorities that maybe you're thinking of that could be interesting from a carbon perspective that we can really focus upon and kind of use as case examples. I feel we're slightly ahead of the curve here, that UNFCCC has just taken place and Kate was reporting almost kind of off the cuff what she sees happening, which is great and exciting. But this isn't kind of nailed down yet, and it will be great. We've got kind of 2 years of work ahead of us. It would be great if we could, in the course of that, really firm up some linkages between some of the sites that we see and some of the specific NDCs. And I feel that there's probably some quite good people on this call who might either have ideas as to where that might happen or how it might come together, or maybe not even thought about it very much, but might be willing and prepared to give it some thought after this call and flag some of those up, because that will be...
You're responding to Mike, right?
Yeah. Sorry, Dingley, was I saying too much?
Sorry, I accidentally interrupted you. Sorry, I was, yeah. Keep going,
anyway,
yeah.
Just an invitation to the floor, really, to think about that and comment on it now or later, after the meeting, whatever. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Doug, your hand is up. Doug,
yes, it was really to follow on about the training needs, and I'm wondering whereabouts in the rollout of the project that will come. I anticipate it will be. It'll take some time to get to that aspect. Perhaps some training needs at the governmental level may be identified, but when it comes to sites, that is further into the process. So I'm interested in some comments about the timetable for the sort of training needs assessment.
All right, Gary.
Do that if that will be helpful. So as Lenka explained, specifically in what we're being asked to do jointly at this point in time is really just kind of take a sounding and produce an outline of what the gaps and training needs might be. So there are no resources in the existing TA to provide any training per se. It's really flagging up what is needed. As the program unfurls at 50 to 100 sites, that is going to be quite a significant undertaking. And none of us are fooling ourselves that we're going to be in a position to provide detailed comments on all of those sites. But our initial discussions, and Lenka presented some of this in the talk, but building on it a little bit further from my own sense, is that first of all, we want to learn from what everyone else is doing, first of all, and obviously that strongly includes AAFP, but Ramsar's done a great presentation there on the work that you've already done, and that would be great to learn from that. We're conscious, though, that there are actually a number of players on the call, notably some of the bilateral agencies that have training programs in some of the countries that will have done their own assessments of training needs that we'd really love to get. And I see that Matthew is popping up here from USGS. And we had a useful meeting with Department of Interior in the US several weeks ago, and it does sound as though there are a number of US government agencies that have training programs in the region, and we'd love to find out more about those. Insofar as we can, in the short term, help facilitate directing existing training capacity that's going to be undertaken in the region sooner rather than later, then we'd very much like to do that. But as I say, there's no resources in the TA for actually doing training right now. But I think, the other thing that we can do is, I think, again, as Lenka said, is basically come up with a kind of framework whereby we see the main areas that are going to be needed to be focused upon for capacity development in order that the Regional Flyway Initiative can actually roll out at scale, and identify perhaps some channels by which that capacity development might take place, competent training bodies, potential sources of resources, key people that will need to be supported and assisted in their development as the Flyway Initiative unfolds at national and local levels. Those sorts of things, the sorts of pathways for national and local level capacity. But it won't get down to the absolute specifics. There's no way we can get to that level of detail. It's more a kind of framework approach. Does that answer your question, Doug? So we'd love to get more on, what people think about that as an approach, and also, specific areas of concern for capacity development in the subsequent session coming up after the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I think if we don't have any further questions, can we move to the tea break? Dingley, does it sound okay?
I think tea break is a good idea.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So again, thank you for all the questions and statements and comments. We will share this with organizers after the workshop and along with the presentation materials. So we will have about 20 minutes tea break. We have prepared a series of nice videos, footages about the wetland conservation in our flyway. So hope you enjoy the videos over a cup of tea or coffee. So please enjoy, and I'll see you all in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. I think it was a beautiful video about the Gapball, which was recently inscribed as a World Heritage by UNESCO. So welcome back to the afternoon session. Now we are waiting for the breakout session. So now we are moving to a breakout session, and the breakout will be 1 hour long. All participants are kindly invited to a breakout sessions per the types of your affiliation. So we, the organizers, have allocated everyone into 3 groups. The group number 1 is government representatives. Group 2 is civil society organizations. And group 3 is development agencies. So each group will be assisted by 2 facilitators. The main objective of the breakout session is to discuss more in depth on capacity gaps and the needs for conservation and sustainable management of wetlands. Just a few housekeeping notes. We will use a mural as a breakout platform, and your facilitators will guide you to share your thoughts in the mural. For those who are not familiar with the mural, we will give a few minutes to play around and they get familiar with the functions. And also, you will be invited to a separate breakout Zoom assigned to your group, so you can chat freely with your participants in your group. And then I would like to now invite Dr. Ding Li for the further instruction about the breakout sessions. Over to you, Ding Li.
Thank you, Yoon. That was actually quite comprehensive already. Yeah, but I just wanted to add a couple of points to really build upon what you've just mentioned. As Yoon mentioned, we've got a really excellent session with a lineup of presentations in the morning session running through the capacity gaps in our region, and hopefully setting us the context to think a little bit more about, what are the key capacity gaps we have here in the East Asian Australasian Flyway. So I think going into the breakout session, this is really an opportunity, for all our friends and colleagues who are on this call to share a few bits of your personal experience. Especially if you're a site manager or working closely on the ground, you would know what these capacity gaps are, and what you think would be the best ways for us to overcome them as we, move along with the RFI going forward. So I think this is really the crux of the presentation. I'm confident that your respective assigned facilitators would be able to bring you through a really lively discussion as to how we can, tackle the 2 questions that would be the focus of our breakout discussion. As Yoon has mentioned, all our participants are grouped by their background and composition. So if you're a government official, you'll meet a lot of your colleagues from different countries around Asia. If you're working in the NGO sector, you'll meet your compatriots in other NGOs working in the region of wetlands. And of course, if you are a representative of a major development bank, you will be in a group that will meet people from the World Bank, the ADB, the French, the German development banks, and from various US government agencies. So you'll see lots of familiar faces as you embark on your discussion. I think we have given lots of time for us because we know that this might be the first time many of us here are actually using Mural. So when you're in a group, feel free to explore around with Mural. The facilitators will, encourage everybody to introduce yourself. I think this is a first real opportunity for us to get a little more intimate in this discussion, get to know the people that you are, sharing on this call, and then proceed into sharing your ideas. So I think on that note, I will now pass the time to Baron, my colleague Baron, who is also a co-host on this call, who will now send us all into our respective breakout rooms. So we'll reconvene in an hour from now. The time now is 3:16. I think we should aim to be back here in the plenary at around 4:15 to 4:16.
Welcome back to the plenary sessions. All right, people are coming back to plenary. We have 64 participants at the moment. Thank you for staying with us. I hope you enjoyed the mural exercise. It's a new platform, so some of you may not, be familiar with it, but we manage it. So now we are going to have a reporting from each breakout group session. So we have group number 1. We had a very good productive discussion from the government perspective, and group 2, civil society organizations, and group 3 with development agencies. So may I start with the group number 1? The facilitator was Rafael from IUCN and myself from EAPP. May I ask Rafael to give us some debriefing about the group 1? Rafael?
Thanks, Yun-Li. So of course, a lot has been said and the exercise was a bit too short. So I'll need to process a bit all the notes and the sticky notes we collected. But the first question was, as you know, what are the critical gaps in terms of supporting wetlands conservation, but looking beyond wetlands conservation and species conservation, looking also at development of nature-based solution and policy also outcome. So from this first diagnostic kind of question, the participant really identified several groups of gaps. So of course, I would say maybe the expected technical gaps in terms of technical capacity at local level in terms of developing management plan, organizing bird monitoring processes and methodologies and implementing them at local level, strengthening the investments at site level. So a number of things like that. But then very quickly, a number of other, I would say, higher level gaps or more linked to governance and policy framework appeared. And I think it's very clear that there's a need for support in terms of interagency coordination, especially if this project is looking at developing a nature-based solution approach that will call on the mandate of several organizations and ministries. The legal framework also appeared as a gap for many countries. For some of them, it's the lack of implementation. So how national policies related to wetlands, water management, biodiversity management are translated or not at site level. And for some other countries, it's also existing gap within the legal framework that needs strengthening. So I think it says a lot also on the approach that the program needs to take in terms of course, supporting a lot of investment, capacity building at site level, but also supporting governments, coordination, governance, and ensuring that the legal framework that supports and underpins the overall implementation of the project is there, is understood, is well known, and is implemented. Financial gaps as well, particularly gaps in terms of involvement of the private sector, which I'm sure will be also interesting for this initiative. So how can we bring the private sector to be also an investor into wetlands conservation, and probably through the angle of nature-based solution. A lot, but maybe Yun-Li, you would like to add a bit more on the solutions, because this was more on the gaps on question 1.
Yes, thank you, Rafael. Your summary is actually covering most of the discussion, so I'll just add a few. Yes, we had a very good discussions about, so now we know the gaps, but what kind of priority actions can be addressed to these to fill these gaps? So we had a very good comments from participants, and I'll just read out loud. So policy formulation of wetland conservation would appreciate means of implementation. And also one of the comments was we need to empower local actions. So not only on the national level implementation, but also it's important to encourage and empower the local level support, and political will is critical for this matter. And Bangladesh shared very specific comments. First of all, National Flyway Wetland Conservation Platform can be formed for harmonization of the support from different ministries, and legal status of a land needs to be determined. And thirdly, more involvement of NGOs in conservations. And lastly, Bangladesh shared that capacity building training workshops are very important. Also, we had a comment from David, Singapore National Park, and just to raise us some proposal about whether this regional fly initiative can support regional level interventions and activities like workshops and so on. So that can be reflected maybe in developing the technical assistant output along the due course. Some more comments, maybe from the Philippines. So we had a Philippines comment saying we need to monitor the use of resources, degradation and restoration of habitats, biodiversity database, database important for planning, and capacities localities to use larger scale geo-hazard maps in local land use planning. And also we need to support studies on carrying capacity of wetlands. Some wetlands act as ecotourism sites as it is a major economic driver. So yes, I think I will stop here due to the limited time. Maybe Raphael, is there anything you want to add on that?
I think we probably covered most of the comments, but if any participant or delegate from any country would like to take the floor and add something, then feel free to do so. We may have forgotten a lot, but we'll make sure to capture that in the report.
Okay.
If not, then next group.
Yes, thank you, Raphael. So we are, before we move to next group, I see Doug hands up. Doug?
Yes. Raphael, I spoke and typed a bit in our group about the IBRI, Ramsar Regional Initiative, and I wondered if you just could make some comments. I think that there'll be at least 3 countries involved, I hope, and that mechanism may be a valuable sub-regional mechanism to be sharing across those, close-knit countries.
Yeah, I think IBRI and other existing platforms that are more sub-regional would be very useful in bringing this kind of coordination approach. Maybe also on the governance, looking at legal framework, harmonization of policies, and then looking at site level coordination. So I understand that the regional dimension of the project will be maybe limited as we will be looking at investment on site, but I think it's still useful to really look at sub-entities and regional that can really trigger a cooperation between countries. And in many cases, anyway, management issues are transboundary, especially in the Mekong region for IBRI. So it does make sense to have, this kind of sub-regional platform, IBRI being one of them, but I'm sure there's many others.
Thank you, Doug and Raphael. Tez, do you have any feedback?
Yes, thank you. Just to build on what Raphael just said of the importance of sub-regional networks and initiatives, I did miss the first session, so I may not have heard this being mentioned, but there was a very important ASEAN Flyway Network Initiative project that ran for a couple of years and has, I understand, plans to go into phase 2, and this helped to assess the training needs and capacity needs for network site managers, the need for identifying new information across all 10 ASEAN countries. So that could provide a very good basis for understanding local needs, as well as to be able to map the important sites and where next actions could be undertaken to build the capacity of the various stakeholders in supporting such an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Tez. That was comment from Tez about ASEAN Flyway Network. Okay, there was a question I saw. No, okay. If there is no other questions, shall we move to the group number 2? So group number 2 was a civil society organization, and Barend and Ding Li were the 2 facilitators. May I invite, who is the facilitator from CSO group? Is it Ding Li or Barend?
I'm afraid it's me, Barend.
Hello, yes, you have the floor.
Okay, so we had 2 murals like the other ones. The first one, of course, is about the problems. I rather present the one that's about the solutions. I must confess, we didn't properly record what solution, what problem occurred in specifically what country. I had the impression that were sort of general for the region. So we identified a number of high-level topics that we felt are issues when it's related to capacity, and they are in orange. So you'll see monitoring, a proper valuation of wetlands in terms of benefits, not just focusing on money things. We had quite some input around climate change impacts and mitigation. Do we know everything we need to know? Funding mechanisms was one. very briefly one on policy, quite a lot about awareness and educations, and we also had some time to discuss the specific aspects of NGOs, being the sort of the bridge between, often the bridge between local communities and government. So I can run them by, the details are here, but I'll quickly do the highlights per orange topic. So for monitoring, it was especially felt that the long-term monitoring system should be in place, and that's not the case at the moment. Also strengthening the skills and experience of local stakeholders to monitor, and overall there's capacity building. When it comes to the benefits, as said, there should be a holistic assessment of the wetland, of the value of wetlands, and this should be recognized when balancing the needs for development versus nature conservation. I must confess, this is of course exactly the approach taken in the Regional Flyway Initiative. When it comes to climate change impact and mitigations, it was felt that there is some work done on the impacts and on mitigation, but is generally very low. And this is the big thing that's heading our way, especially as most of the coastal wetlands, of course, are very low lying and at risk with expected sea level water rises and increased storm intensity. We had a little discussion about finding new ways to fund both monitoring, research, and management. And new funding schemes are needed, and the capacity to do that is limited. And that sort of also links to the issue of the climate change, finding innovative solutions like nature-based solutions, and link them to the agenda of the financing institutions. So quite a lot about awareness and education. It was generally felt that there is a huge misunderstanding or unawareness of the value of coastal wetlands, and this needs to be increased, and some ideas on how to do it by sharing knowledge and campaigning. And finally, on NGOs, it was recognized that that often the NGO capacity to speak up for nature, to mobilize people and link them to improve management is lacking, and therefore more is needed for these NGOs to establish and develop and participate in the management of wetlands. Is there anyone in the group who feels the need to add something? Very welcome to.
All right. Thank you, Maren, for the good debriefing. Also, thank you for sharing the screenshots. It was really efficient for us to see. I should have done this for the group number 1. All right. So we also have a comment, just a follow-up comments from Kyle from ACB. Kyle just said thank you for bringing it up about the test comments about the capacity building component of phase 2 of the AFN project. So I think this is something we can consider along the course. So if there is any more question or comments from group number 2, then may I invite a facilitator for group number 3, development agencies, Gary and Duncan. I think Gary was the main facilitator for the group number 3. Gary?
Thomas is going to report back.
Okay, that's good. Thomas.
Yeah, I'll do my best to summarize the work of our screen. We had a lot of stuff going on here, so I'm not going to expect anyone to be able to read the tiny words on the screen, but that's what our board looked like. To try and summarize, I think the first thing that the group agreed was that these are very complex management systems. You know, it's not just about capacity building on wetland management per se, but it's also about threat alleviation. You can go anything from kind of sustainable agricultural management to habitat restoration, community-based work, and so very complex systems. Any capacity building schemes has to consider all of these areas. Some countries, and some examples were given. The institutional coordination between local and national stakeholders was sometimes a bit weak. In some and other areas, there were models that were highlighted that where this was done quite well. And so it was to build capacity, it was trying to fill some of those gaps between decisions that are made perhaps on a national level about protected areas and how they should be managed, and then the implementation that's going on by local stakeholders on the ground, and some of those local stakeholders having quite technical or administrative skills, not having the correct operational skills on the ground to be able to deliver some of the ambitions and aspirations of the kind of national level structures. There was a wide range of stakeholders involved in management. So different countries will structure management of protected areas in quite different ways. In some cases, it's NGOs leading. Some cases, it will be very community driven. In some cases, the government will be heavily involved in the direct management of protected areas. So it needs to be considered when developing any capacity development plan to think about the different stakeholders involved in management in different contexts and different countries, and how they could best be engaged, and how you can look at different levels of capacity of those different stakeholders. It was also mentioned that there are some good networks to link up some of these stakeholders. The Mekong University Network, Mekong Wetland University Network, was one of the networks highlighted just as one kind of small example of the kind of networks that do exist in the region, and how this project and the technical advisory should look into the networks that exist already. IBRI's already been mentioned as one of those networks, and as Raphael suggests, there are multiple other networks throughout that should be investigated. There are also, when looking at skills, there are also things about like conflicts with development. And so thinking about how government stakeholders, civil society could try to manage and deal with some of the conflicts between some of the threats. So for example, development threats at sites, managers are quite often needing to stave off threats and make sure that there are the correct laws being applied, and some of that capacity in some areas is quite weak. There was a lack of management planning, consistent management planning based on sound scientific baselines. And so there was a concern that some sites didn't have management plans at all, and some of those management plans were based on poor data and poor knowledge on the site. So it needs to increase monitoring of sites, need to increase understanding of sites for basic solid management of those sites. And then we really wanted to focus on, we didn't have a vast amount of time, but considering the group that we had of specialists that we had in our breakout group, we wanted to think about the funding gap as well. And there's this gap between why haven't we got enough money to do the work that we're doing? That's the kind of capacity constraint. We talked a little bit about USAID and how potentially a big project like the Regional Flyway Initiative can be used to really bring attention to a lot of international funders like the USAID, to mobilize some funding and to create some structure around funding. And it was advised that the technical advisory and the rest of the group start to think about how we can use those two things to come together, how you can use the structure of this ADB project to attract funders in. And then we talked a little bit about how this project was going to try to fill the project pipeline gap, that funders are coming and telling us that they have money, but they don't have projects. And conservation groups and governments are saying we've got lots of projects and lots of problems, but we don't know how to fund that. And so the importance of this project really trying to develop some really clear case studies of how nature-based solutions and bankable projects can exist, how we can pilot them, show them at scale, how they'll be really important, really valuable, not just in Asia, but actually across the world, because that's what the world's crying out for, these really solid evidence-based pilot projects. That's all I've got written down. There's probably lots on that board that's there as well. If anyone else from the group, maybe Gary first, if anyone else from the group wants to bring in anything else, they can do that.
No, I think you've done an excellent job. Thank you, Thomas. I don't think there's anything I would add, but I'll turn to the rest of the group. Doug or the folk from ADB. Matthew. Siming. Tringai.
So yes, I have got something to say, if that's okay.
Fire away,
if
Doug.
I can jump in. I'm just writing a note that at our last MOP, our partners directed the Secretariat to develop some guidelines about having a national partnership for important wetlands, and also site partnerships as well, where site managers link with other local government and other important players locally. So those guidelines are now in their final draft, and when we have our next MOP, they'll be put to the partners to modify somewhat and hopefully adopt. So this would be, I think, a valuable mechanism, because if the partners, if the government partners adopt this approach, then they have an obligation then to have this national committee, and for sites to also reach out and link in with local government and other key water authorities and other parts of government, as both as mechanisms to better be able to manage their sites. So if this was adopted, I think this would be very useful in the Regional Flyway Initiative.
I think that's great. Thank you for that addition, Doug. That's really useful. And also to note that the Ramsar Convention also calls for national committees to be created. Not a lot of the countries have really strong functional national committees. So if those things could be aligned, that'd be wonderful. Add a lot of kind of infrastructure to the projects, to the countries.
Yeah, I was going to say in my closing remarks in a minute, there is definitely a kind of strong theme to do with scale, isn't it? You know, how we go from site to national to regional, and then also how do we thematically network? I think those are all good takeaways from today, but I won't preempt that too much. Great, thank you. I think that's us. Is there anyone else from our group? Thank you, guys. That was a really good discussion. Thank you. Back to you, Yoon.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Thomas, for the excellent summary. And thank you for all the participants from group number 3. So I think we are really right on time. Thank you, everyone. So now we are just moving toward the closing. So I would like to invite, first of all, Duncan from the ADB to share some few key takeaways from today's workshop, the day 1, and about how we can move it forward. Yes, Duncan, over to you.
Thanks, Yoon. I'll probably keep it quite high level, really. I feel like that we've covered a lot of ground today, and I think we've all learned a lot, actually. We've come up and seen all the different areas that we need to cover in the flyway, and started to think really about how we try and take advantage of this moment with the greater emphasis on nature and people wanting to invest in it, and also how the climate crisis is also meaning that the dialogue with governments is somewhat different to what it's ever been before. So I think this exercise has been great to learn about opportunities that we all have to take this forward. And I think it was very useful for me to sit there and understand the different perspectives from the groups in that last session there about what are the problems and what are the hopeful solutions. And they actually were quite different in really some of the feedback that was coming from the different groups. And I think that collective feedback from us all is exactly what we need to kind of come up with the solutions that will work. So I'm really pleased that there's so many people. How many have we got? 63 still on the call, which is wonderful given we've been here for a long time. And so I really appreciate that feedback. And I think, moving into tomorrow, we will explore some of these areas in further detail on, the ecosystems and actually deciding on how we prioritize these sites. And so I think it's a very good, move into those areas after this discussion today. We've seen where those problems are, and we tried to think about solutions for that, and that's very helpful. So now it's great to hear all that stuff from you all. And I, again, thank you all for your great participation today. And thanks to all the team for the great organization and getting us to this point. So I'll stop there, Yoon. I don't think I need to go on, and I'll let Gary give the closing remarks after you've introduced him. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. Now, may I invite Gary, on behalf of the BirdLife International, also the implementing partner of the TA project, to give a few words for closing. Gary?
Thanks very much, Yoon. And again, like Duncan, I'll keep this brief, partly because we're kind of only halfway through. But well, to kick off with, as I said at the beginning this morning, one of the key things here really is just the participation. We really want to use this event to make sure that a wide group is kind of at a common place. And as Duncan said, I think it was a great series of presentations, really high quality stuff, very rich. I think all of the kind of landscape, if you excuse the pun, for the regional flyway initiative was covered by high level expertise, people who really understand their topics. I learned a lot from several of the presentations on things like the climate change position and so on. So it was really very valuable and definitely helped shape our thinking as to where we're going and how we're going to go about it. I think it felt to me as though it was also very current. I felt we were quite up to date in what we're doing. And furthermore, the idea that we have amongst our group is of its time. It feels as though the banks are ready to do these things. We're ready to do these things. It's something that's really going to need to be done. Otherwise, these wetlands are going to be gone in our generation. And so we are kind of on the cusp of something. The stars are in alignment for good or for ill. But this is something that is really in front of us, and there's an opportunity to do this. Tough as it may be, this is a really significant opportunity. I was delighted we had the level of participation with governmental representation on the call. Thank you all for joining. I know that it isn't necessarily easy. There are language barriers. There are people like me who speak too quickly and know what I'm talking about and don't explain myself very well. And I hope that today was useful. But if you feel you need more, then please say. I hope the breakout groups gave more of an opportunity for people to get into a bit more of the depth. But if you feel you need more, particularly in the course of discussions tomorrow, please call on us, because we would very much like to make sure that you in particular are feeling like you know where this initiative is and how you can make the most of it. Thought the capacity development discussions were good, and I won't reiterate what Duncan said because I think he covered it very well, but that is very valuable. Lenka will pull together what we've got so far, circle back, and we will follow up on a number of really interesting threads that come from that. Thank you. And just to finish off, I think my final comment for me today has been this issue of scale. So where we are at the moment is the approach is, you might want to call it top down. What we've done is develop something that is a platform that will work at a regional level of scale and deliver site level outcomes. It's clear from the discussions today, as it was always going to be, but it was very clear that there are definitely the national level is going to be very important as we move forward, and also that there's the potential to develop these cross-site networks, and there were a number of mentions of this in different realms. So there was talk about how local scale migratory birds may be linked at smaller scale than whole flyway. There were discussions about thematic capacity development that might bring together knowledge from one part of the region that could be deployed in others. There are a number of different ways, and we can pull that as well, the ways in which we can pull those together. And I think just my iterations of our thinking is that the way we will be working on this is in the initial stages quite unchanged. I think we will continue to go down the site selection route as we'll discuss tomorrow and identify sites, but then I think we'll put a lot more thought into both how we back up from that, having identified those sites, make the most out of either national level or clustered sites that might be of value as we go forward. So I think that's my final thought of any significance, just to also reflect thanks to everyone that's already been thanked by Duncan, but just to say, thank you for participating. As Duncan pointed out, we've still got lots of people on the call, which is great at the end of a long day, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks very much. Yoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Yes. Thank you, everyone, for having stayed about 7 hours from the morning until now. So tomorrow, we have very important sessions. We will have the second session about developing framework for prioritizing wetland sites. So we'll discuss a lot about site selection framework. And the session 3 would focusing on co-benefits. I know many of you are very, very curious and then have a lot of thoughts about measuring the co-benefits for the regional flight initiative. So there is an opportunity tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow. So if there is any further question or feedback from the floor, maybe I can invite Ding Li just for the quick housekeeping note. Ding Li, do you have anything to share with us?
Thank you very much, Yoon, for wrapping things up. Yeah, and really for the benefit of the whole team who has been here to share their thoughts. I just wanted to share that we will proceed to collect the ideas that you've put on the murals. I can see all the colors on it, which obviously shows us that there's a huge amount of input and thought that's gone into it. So we will collect those ideas. For some of our facilitators who are still keen to tidy up some of these murals, I think you might want to organize some of these ideas. Please feel free to do them. We will try to finalize them at around 6 p.m. of Manila time. So if you still want to work on them, you may do that for another hour or so before we collect them and export them out as PDFs, which we will share with the whole team towards the end of the workshop, because we know that tomorrow there's going to be another action-packed breakout group. So we'll compile all those things and circulate that in one pile. For tomorrow's session, we'll be doing pretty much the same. Well, the structure-wise is going to be more or less the same. So for the benefits of some of our friends who are going to join us a bit early, we'll open the room at about 10 minutes to the hour. We would start at 10 o'clock, but we'll open at 9:50. So if you're coming in early, we will have for you a videos on wetlands in Asia. So you may want to just sit on, have a cup of coffee and watch the videos as we then proceed to start the session. Otherwise, you could expect to see that much of tomorrow's session, the structure-wise, is going to be very similar to today. Questions, we'll take it from the chat box. Yeah, and of course, at any point along the way, if you have any feedback, please feel free to share that with the organizing team, which consists of Yoon, myself, Shingai, May, Hui Kun, and Gary. We are here to listen to you and take in your input. If you think some of these things could be tidied up for the benefit of the whole floor, please let us know and we'll try our best to look into it. Take note that for tomorrow we'll also have additional Thai language support. So for the benefit of our colleagues who are joining us from Thailand, you can turn on to that station as well. Yep, I think that's really all from me as far as housekeeping is concerned. Otherwise, I'm happy to pass the floor back to Yoon to thank everybody and call it a day for now. While we recharge ourselves for another action pack tomorrow, day 2.
Thank you, Ding Li. Yes, I just want to say thank you very much, everyone. So without further statement, this concludes the day 1 of the Regional Flight Initiative Inception Workshop. I wish you a good evening and see you all tomorrow.